Everyone, turn on your microphones, please. We're going to call the 2024 budget meeting sessions to order. With that, I think we ought to have pledge and prayer as normal.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you guys would bow for a minute for a word of prayer. Lord, we just thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to serve the county, and we pray for wisdom and guidance and understanding and kindness, Lord. Just be with us today as we hear all the requests made. Just help us to ask, give us the wisdom to ask the right questions so that we can make wise decisions and do the best job for the county. Thank you so much. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Okay, well, first up, we have commissioners this morning. We're close enough, aren't we? Oh, we got 5 minutes, so let's.
You're fine.
Okay, let's go ahead.
You don't have to look at me.
Let's get this over with.
Run the show. Do you have any comments before I start with the maintenance?
No, I mean, I know that there's, as we walk through this, I mean, I know there's some things that we've seen consistent increases. I mean, we've all felt it in our own homes, whether that's salt for the water softeners or electric bills or fuel or whatever it is that we have. That our costs are rising. I mean, so there is some special projects that are built into here. We can talk about when we get to those, but, we have had some requests, on some edit funds for the airport, as well as, some monies for the surveyor's office and some other things that are maybe larger ticket items, but we can discuss those when we get there, but just appreciate the opportunity here today to hopefully be able to continue to push the county forward, so.
Okay, so first one I have is maintenance 0006. Skipping over the 100 items, going down to the 200s. As you see highlighted, the softener salt and the supplies for housekeeping, those are just for price increases. Those are the only reasons we're not using more, is just to cover the price increases. Softener salt has absolutely increased, supplies and housekeeping, the chemicals that we use, trash bags, all of those things have increased. I did not increase the gas and oil. That's for the vehicles, the diesel fuel, and the generators. The winter de-icer has stayed the same. Light bulbs and ballast has stayed the same. Building and equipment repairs has stayed the same. Supplies and grounds maintenance and flags have stayed the same. So those are the 200s. Moving down to the 300s, pest control, snow removal, dumpster recycling, mileage fuel, those three have stayed the same. The mileage, fuel, and travel had $200 in it. Working with the auditor's office, we took that $200 and moved it down to meetings and travel expenses and eliminated that line item. So there's only a $100 increase there in the meetings and travel expenses. Maintenance of grounds, there's been price increases there. Gas and electric, we had to increase about $26,000. There's price increases in that. So hopefully that will cover us for this coming year. Water and sewage has stayed the same. Inspections, we had to increase with the new fire alarm system. We've moved to a new company for our inspections of those types of things. And we found that some things were not being inspected, so we added $1,000 to cover those additional items that need to be inspected on a yearly basis. Repair parts and labor, uniforms, training and seminars, and equipment rentals have stayed the same. Any questions on the maintenance budget?
I have a question on the
Gas and electric.
So 34 is in 21 is
Does she have a
Can you
microphone is not on?
Okay, account 34003. So in 21, we spent $555,000. In 22, we spent $659,000. And so what you're saying is you want to raise the budget only 26,000? Because we're going up about $100,000 a year.
We base that on the averages that we see, and so that's where we're going with that.
Because we did, remember, we put that
The capacitor.
capacitor in
the
line.
Justice
Because
Building.
we were getting a pretty sizable demand fee from NIPSCO, which means whatever your peak demand is, they've got to set aside that much capacity in our system. So we had, I mean, it was expensive, what, $80,000?
Yeah,
For this capacitor, but what that does, it reduces our peak, so we have a reduced surcharge or demand charge on our bill each month that's kind of a flat fee. So I think that dropped by almost, was it 15?
yeah, probably about 50,000, so we're gonna see
Okay,
the
okay.
ROI on the
Well,
installation
that's the only
of
thing that I was seeing is a little bit
Yep.
different year over year, because I
Because
compared
they have
the
went
last
up
2 years, yeah.
significantly.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we do track that on spreadsheets, so we know where we're
Okay.
at.
And we did
specifically that you're not
renegotiate,
seeing
I
here.
think it was the end of 21, 22, we did renegotiate our, they have a different
Like
tier.
a kilowatt,
Right.
yeah,
But
yeah.
but the problem is we,
Things
then
are still
prices went up. Yeah,
Yes.
we're using less kilowatts, but the price went up, so.
So, it's a
Totally,
wash.
totally understand that.
So in the first 6 months, you spent $351,000. That times two is going to be more than what you've got budgeted. Just, we need to be aware that we may have to come back on that one.
Yes, but we do watch that closely. We have
Okay.
spreadsheets, we track that monthly to, see where we're at, with the peak in, fall maybe a little less depending on the weather,
I'm just thinking 2 times 351
Yeah, I
is more than what you
understand.
got budgeted.
Yeah, it's more than we've got here, I understand.
And then I have a question on the light bulbs.
That's what, yeah, I had that too.
So under the light bulbs, you doing 25,000, and last year you spent $4,600.
As
This
we,
year you spent 47, 48.
we work through the offices and trying to replace with LED. We're not complete with
Oh,
that
okay,
project yet,
okay.
so,
That's a good
LED
project.
costs a little bit
Okay.
more, but it lasts a little longer, so.
And it's
As
more
we-
expensive,
Yeah.
expensive to replace then, so,
Upfront,
yeah.
Right, but there is savings on the backside
Right,
of it,
right.
but,
So are you gonna spend any of that remaining money this year to change some of them over?
yes, yes.
Thank you.
We haven't made a big purchase yet of those, so when you got this, we still have 6, 7 months of work to do.
Is there something with our power provider that helps assist with that? I mean, NIPSCO
We
has
looked
it.
into that, we did look into it for the highway, and we were able to somewhat, but not qualifying for everything.
Okay.
I think some of those you have to replace the whole fixture.
Yeah, you
not
can't replace
just-
bulb by bulb.
Yeah,
So it's you get some money from them, but the cost of the fixture is 3 times what it would be just to change the
Right.
bulb. So I mean, but there was
We-
some really good credits for those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we do a lot of conversions as opposed to total replacement, which is what you get your credits for, is the
Right.
total replacement.
right.
Could I ask a question about 22008, buildings and equipment repairs?
Mhm.
I mean, you haven't spent that much of your budget for this year. I'm just curious.
Those are kind of the nuts and bolts and the small ticket items that come out of those line items, the building and equipment repairs. So, I mean, we've only spent that much, but these are little unexpected things that come up. So if I could give you a list of what we're gonna do in the next 6 months, I would, but that's what we use that line item for.
Okay, thank you.
So it's more like hardware and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
On the 33045, this isn't anybody's fault, but it cut off maintenance of what? Just says maintenance of?
Oh, mine says maintenance, 33045 says maintenance of grounds. That's your.
Thank you.
Ours is,
The
doesn't
missing,
say
the
that.
missing word. I'm like, what are we
Maintenance
doing?
of,
Mine
Yeah.
says ground.
It's a crossword puzzle.
Yeah,
But that's
That's
your.
what I thought it was, Carrie. I was like, I'm gonna win. But I didn't know.
That's the roundabouts, includes the roundabouts and,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And where does repairing those roundabouts when they drive over them instead of around them go? In there?
yes.
Okay, just wondering.
Well, and of course, if we do our best to try, and if there's an accident report, we'll go back to the insurance company to have the insurance
Yeah.
company pay for those. Because
But
Seems like the ones west are, that's about
In
a,
the first few months, we had one for all the years that we've had those roundabouts. In the first several months of this year, we had 4 different ones, and each one, the repair work fell under our
deductible.
deductible for the insurance, so, yeah.
Yay.
That's a
Those are
blessing.
things you can't plan for.
Yeah.
So I know you didn't mention anything about the 100s, but how about what your plan is for the part-time housekeeping, just so we get a clear picture? It went from 44 to 111,000.
Yeah.
Housekeeping.
It's,
In the last 2 weeks, I have lost 2 housekeepers. One moved, one is leaving in another week is their last day. So we may be going back to part-time instead of full-time. I still maintain 1 full-time, which I have 2 full-time positions, but knowing what's coming, they may all return but 1 to that part-time. It's impossible to find people to work those positions. So I'm working on a proposal to take to the commissioners at this point in time that would cover the Justice Building and the other. We do housekeeping out at the highway. We do housekeeping at the K-21 building, the clinic, creative benefits, the annex, the Justice Building,
yeah,
the courthouse.
Gosh.
So it's intensive, but right now I can't find people. You know,
So-
I have come in and I have cleaned, we were short most of the summer, so you're gonna see that we've not spent our budget because we've been short on help, you know.
Have you explored services?
Pardon?
Have you explored services to replace that component?
I have in the past and I'm exploring it again right now. That's my,
Because we even used them for a while
we had to
during
use them for the
COVID.
clinic because
Yeah.
I just didn't have people and that has to be cleaned on a daily basis, so.
Well-
But I'm back to doing more exploring, so I don't have a plan for you right now because I just got,
Some of the struggle is those are, some of our lowest paid positions in the county.
Yeah.
And, when they can flip burgers at McDonald's for $15 an hour, it's pretty
well,
tough to
it's
want
more,
to.
it's more than that.
More
We
than-
pay $15.60 an
So I mean,
hour.
it's just really tough to get them to want to come mop toilets for that. But it-
McDonald's went to 14.
went to
Oh,
14.
did they?
Yeah,
They
they're,
lowered their starting.
they're
Oh, they
lower.
went
They,
back.
yeah, they just posted it
Yes.
this morning when I
I
went through.
hadn't seen that.
Yes.
So would you consider like a hybrid type situation where you had some full-time and then also perhaps hire services for different
That's-
locations?
That's exactly what I'm looking at.
Okay.
I know when we've looked at it's cheapest if we can do it in-house.
It is.
Yeah.
Of
Absolutely.
course.
But the struggle is just to find that caliber of person is really tough. And then it's a little, usually when you're at that level, it's also a revolving door that they're here for 2 weeks.
It's just been,
Whether they show up for work, you hire them and then they don't even show up,
Yeah.
It's been interesting.
When
So-
was the last time you were fully staffed? Do you
uh,
remember?
In housekeeping?
Yeah, just house.
goodness. For any period of time, it's been more than a year, more than 2 years probably fully staffed. Because at one point we had 6 and we haven't had 6 for years, so.
Another fallout of COVID?
Yes, and just as Carrie said, it's just difficult to hire. I mean, it's a certain person that wants to work from 4 to 9. There's certain, because it's just a certain type of person. And there hasn't been any since COVID started for, we don't even, I have one application that I'll be honest, I'm on the fence about, but, we may be using more.
So it's sad that we're being pickier than they
I
are.
would just say that, I know how to run the sweeper and I do that, and I know how to clean toilets, and I have done that in the past here recently, so,
So it sounds like I have it covered then.
yeah, we have it covered.
Thank you, Marcia.
No. So how many, if you were fully staffed, would be how many full-time, how many part-time?
That would be 2 full-time and 4 part-time.
Thank you.
But we may, it takes a certain person to be able to do that full-time, so we are absolutely looking at maybe needing that part-time increase next year or moving that to a service if that's how we end up finding a way to keep things clean.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tear a scab off, but
You just
that was a
ripped the
pretty big,
Band-Aid
that was a
off.
pretty big jump.
Yeah.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any additional questions?
Okay, moving to, I believe the next one is the commissioner's budget. In the 100s, if you move down to the group health insurance, we had a decrease of about 2% in our health insurance renewal this year.
What number are you
That
on?
is, I'm sorry, 11605.
Okay.
So this year, we budgeted in 3 different places. So that would be in the commissioner's budget, it would be edit budget, and the 4,700 fund for health insurance. So as we move through and paying claims, the largest amount is in the edit budget. So everything will be spent out of edit. When it's done being paid in edit, it will move to the health insurance fund. And this 500,000, you can see there was a decrease of 250,000. The commissioner's budget will be the last place that we expend any dollars from that line item for health, group health insurance. And we expect to not have to touch this, so this $500 for next year's budget would be a placeholder. I've talked about this, Carrie and I have with Sue Ann, and that is how we figured this would flow. We're able to spend more in our health insurance fund, and we can go into that a little deeper once we get to that fund on that explanation. But Carrie, do you have anything to add on that?
Well, there's kind of two things that are actually kind of working in our favor right now with our health insurance. We've seen a marginal reduction in the actual premium, but the other thing of how we've historically calculated what we needed to set aside for our health insurance was based upon, they call it the attachment point, pretty much, it's the total exposure that a county could have for our health insurance. Well, we've been tracking well below what that estimated amount was. So we're doing a couple things with some of these reductions. And because we're tracking below, we're actually building cash value in our 4,700 health insurance account. So with that, we're able to slow down or hopefully maybe just level out at where we're at in our 4,700 health account. So we're not building additional cash in there. But then also with the small reduction we had in premium, between those two, we're trying to bring the plane in for a pretty soft landing versus.
Make it more even.
Right, so we've actually been budgeting more than we need to because our attachment point has been below what we had been estimating. You know, but that
Trying to
can,
bring
that
those
can,
kind
that
of
can
to the- yeah.
change, you know. All of a sudden, we have a bunch of claims that can go up, but at this point, historically, between some of the things we've enacted, policy-wise in our health insurance, whether it's some of the.
Plan changes.
Changes and whether it's our wellness program, it seems like we're really starting to see some benefits from all those things we've been implementing. So our costs have been going down overall as the county. A little bit of that is premium, but it's more, we're just not paying out as much in claims as what we had estimated. So we're doing some reductions, and if we may burn a little bit of cash even in that 4,700 account, but it's, you know, it's got a significant balance, 5.7.
5.6 million, almost
Yeah.
$5.7 million was the
Yeah.
August balance.
5.7 was,
And if you remember, though, I think if you even look at what it is currently, we had budgeted last year that we're gonna pull some money out of that, but I think that happens at the last end of because I think it first come out of edit.
it comes out of edit first, it moves to the
The
health
4,700,
insurance.
so even though that account looks big now, there is gonna be some money that starts to come out of there because we're in the last half of the year for the premium for this year. So just keep that in mind, but still, you know, that balance is increased multiple from when it was, just a few years
Yeah,
ago.
And we had budgeted an edit 3.3 for this year, but we were actually able to only budget 3 million in edit this year.
For the 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're basically just to recap, make sure I understand it, you're basically hoping to just spend down edit first, and then you'll go to this
4700.
4,700, yeah,
Okay.
that's the plan. We start with, it starts with the edit fund,
Okay,
then it moves to the 4,700 fund, and for
And
this
then-
year, we won't have to spend any of the 500,000 that's
Okay.
budgeted in the commissioner's
Okay.
budget. It's just a placeholder,
In
because we don't
case.
know what happens next year, so as opposed to having a huge increase,
right,
we may slide into it.
okay, thank you.
Which is great. Awesome.
Yeah, I'll say that between the plan changes we've made and the health and wellness program,
In the clinic.
and the clinic has helped a lot. We see all of it come together for this.
I
Okay?
mean, so I mean, it's, yeah, there's been multiple positives that's come out of that, so it's really, so our goal is to try and stop building cash in the 4,700 and start to use some of that money, so we're, overall, the cost that we're budgeting is less, knowing that we may at least leveled out, because what we reduced it is ballpark what that account has been going up each year.
Okay,
So we're trying to
yeah.
hit the water line, or
Yeah.
hit the level
You
point.
know. Any more questions on that one?
No.
Okay, so moving on to the 200 line items, no increases for any of those. Again, we're looking at office supplies, supplies for copies, that's paper, computer cartridges. We have found those are going up, so hopefully this year or next year we'll be okay with the budget. Building and equipment repairs, again, we try to keep these things separated, so one budget covers the Justice Building and jail, and another budget covers the outlying buildings, so we can kind of track those.
And how much have you spent this year in 2023 and that line item, the 22,008, do you know? I didn't see hey, did I miss that? Oh, never mind,
I
I've
was
got
to say, I
it.
think it's there.
It's right, it's right here. I don't see anything.
14090.
22,008.
Budgeted
It says,
Yeah, we've spent 14,000.
14,090. And so is that just kind of a placeholder since you have the budget so high?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
we don't
Okay.
know.
Got it.
With maintenance and building
That-
and equipment repairs, we don't know when
Got it,
something's gonna
okay.
fail.
The other thing, remember, and not so much this one, but we get into some of these others, we have been using ARPA funds for things that we normally would be using our
Yeah.
building maintenance.
And you will see that some of those are going up because now the ARPA money is gone and we're have to
Right.
resume those expenses in the budgets itself, so.
Because you even look at our edit fund,
Yeah.
and the balance of that is a lot due to, we're not spending our edit dollars on
Right.
what we thought we were.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier.
You know, and we've seen a sizable additional appropriation come in or additional distribution come in too. So, I mean, there's, well, it's all good, but, you know, the pendulum is about to swing, that we gotta fit back into our skinny jeans, you know? We're not gonna have all the free money to spend.
I'm waiting on my puppy, Carrie.
We have no puppies today, we're fresh out.
I got a kitten we rescued from a job site
No,
yesterday.
no,
Did you take it home?
No. Donald would make it a chew toy. Oh, Brad, yeah, that's true.
200 accounts, no more questions, we'll move on to the 300 accounts. So I will just say the animal shelter, we have not increased it, but I believe next year we'll be negotiating contract with them, so I don't know what will happen with that. Contractual services, we increased due to the Reedy contract. MACOG has increased by 12 to 14,000. I know SRI has had increases. Beacon has an increase. Some of these contracts are for other departments where I won't hear from them what the increases are, but you can count on there's going to be increases. So hopefully we have enough in the budget to cover all the increases that are coming that we just aren't aware of yet.
So the 157 that we spent, we just haven't paid for everything yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, we're only operating, and a
Right.
lot of those don't come due until the end of the year,
Okay.
so. GIS is staying the same. That covers the Beacon website. Maximus, we increased it to 13,000 because every so often they bill us twice in 1 year, and we have to find somewhere to pay that other 6,500. Now that we've increased it, it hasn't happened, but if it doesn't come, it won't be spent, it just stays there in the line item. Contractual maintenance service, we did use it in 2022. I don't know that we'll be using it in 2023. If we don't use it, that'll just stay in the line item, and that cash will just remain in county general. That's where we have someone like Core Mechanical or someone like that come in to assist with different things.
The one thing I'll say there, I mean, we've got two maintenance guys in particular, when we were able to get that rate,
Yeah.
that wage up to where we could attract the right people. We've got a couple really good maintenance people now that, I mean, the one guy even has experience in HVAC. So I mean, some of these savings we're seeing in these contractual maintenance things are the direct result of having a quality person in that position.
That can, that's qualified to handle the
Yes,
situation.
Right.
yes. I mean, we can do a lot more in-house with these two than we have been in the past.
Great.
But they haven't even completed a full year yet of employment. So, you know, give us another year or two, we'll be able to see where we're making those savings in these lines and go from there.
So totally new maintenance department, basically?
Yes, only one is,
Okay,
and he was only here for a year before they came, so.
right, okay.
The internet, that's kind of self-explanatory. Publication legal notices, we did increase that because depending on what we're advertising and how many advertisements departments are doing, you know, because the auditor's office, the treasurer's office, you know, we have to cover those, so we increased it just a little bit because we were creeping up there with the expenses.
Can I ask a question on that?
Mhm.
Do you ever, I thought that they passed a bill that you could do some of them electronically. They don't all have to be published in the
Correct,
newspaper?
but I don't do the publications, so we have to talk to those people that are doing their publications.
You
whether
mean the
they-
department heads?
Yes. The auditor's office does the publications for the commissioners. And then there's the treasurer's office with tax sale and that kind of stuff. You know, so, and then we have other departments, most of them, some of them have their own, but the majority of them come through our department for publications, so.
Should we encourage
I
them
was
to
gonna
do
say,
them
yeah.
You
electronically?
can absolutely do that.
And if the commissioners would encourage them to do
That's
them
something we
electronically?
can even announce at the
Department
department
head
head meeting.
That, yeah.
Do we know, I guess we probably need to
I
research
have to
that.
go back through
Let's-
the ledger
make sure
and
what
see
we're-
who's doing what.
We should just, yeah, look up that bill and just see exactly what it said, and then we could send that out and say, if it meets the parameters, we encourage you to do it
Yeah,
electronically.
because that's been some time. that
It's
they
been
passed
like a
that.
year or two ago,
that
yeah,
bill,
I believe
yeah.
so. Oh, excuse me. Michelle?
So everything that we publish in news media, we are required to publish in the paper. If we have multiple publications, like our tax sale notice, the first one has to be published in the newsprint media for our public. Number 2 and number 3 can be done online, and they are being done online. So the only ones that we can use the electronic formats for are if they are multiple advertisements or if there's specific IC code that allows us to do so. Area plan, none of their stuff is allowed to be published online. It all has to be published in the paper. So as those requirements expand, I'm sure those departments will use that, but it was a very narrow window that they gave us because they're tiptoeing into the realm of allowing us to do stuff electronically, but hopefully going forward, they'll expand those parameters.
So in other words,
Thank
we're
you.
doing the best that we can with regard to.
Absolutely, absolutely,
notice.
but always
Okay.
keeping an eye on when they do expand that, we will definitely be using those different electronic avenues that don't cost us anything.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so moving on, HR training has stayed the same, the bonds has stayed the same. The GIE, I call it GIE, the governmental insurance deductible claim, that's for attorneys that, for our insurance purposes. We've seen increases in that. We've taken out the rent, because that was for Vertical Bridge. in the Boggs Industrial Park, bank service fees.
Which was a tower.
Tower.
the
Tower. I
Public
was gonna
safety.
say,
commu-
but
our
no,
Oh,
old-
we're paying rent on a bridge?
Vertical bridge.
No,
it's the tower that
Vertical
we had
Bridge
in
is the name
Boggs
of the company.
Industrial Park for
Thanks for the
communication.
clarification.
I have a
That sounded
tower written
funny.
beside it, and I'm like, why do I have a tower written beside that?
Yes, it was space we were renting on the tower in the Boggs Industrial Park
Okay.
to
Thank you.
improve our safety, our public safety communication, but now
Okay.
that's not needed.
Now it comes back to me.
And bank service fees, moving on to the next page, repairs and maintenance. We have left that the same. St. Joe River Basin, okay, so most of those highlighted except for uniforms. We've had uniforms in the past, so I'm not sure, I think we gave it a different number, or the auditor's office gave it a different number or something, because we've had that for years, that $350. Usually that's not spent unless someone spilled chemicals on some jeans we had to replace, or they have damaged shoes because of things they're doing in the jail, that type of thing.
The uniforms for the
Maintenance,
maintenance and for what about weights and
Housekeeping.
measures?
housekeeping, and we've used it for weights and measures as well. And then the VSO, we've added that to his budget too, for him. Let's see, training and seminars. Most of the yellow left, the highlighted are for the not-for-profits. What you see is what they've actually asked for, so I believe the commissioners made a recommendation of an increase of 3%, so in the process, you'll have to cut those budgets, because this is actually what they asked for, so you'll have to initiate through the budget process, bringing those back down to what the 3% would allow for those.
Weren't some of those reduced?
Yeah, some of them were reduced.
Left the same.
Right.
Some of them were
left
left
the
the
same
same,
as the
and some
prior
of them
year.
were reduced.
We've got that, but yeah, there was a recommendation to the commissioners, because now that I think about that, you're right. There was a few that received the ARPA funds, because I know we got a little pushback on that. But a few that received some of those ARPA funds, we were keeping them flat. We weren't reducing them all, but we weren't giving them extra
Right.
because they had,
In discussion, it was said to leave them enter into the budget what they asked for, and then it would be brought back to
Yeah,
what the recommendations were.
So I do have a question on one of those.
Yeah.
Under the still water, they are serving a lot of counties. And I asked the question if they could break down and show service to our people, that if we're going to spend $50,000, that we know we're servicing our people. We're not helping the people in Noble, DeKalb, Whitley, Wabash, Allen, Wells, Adams, Grant, Blackford, and Jay. Those are the counties that they serve. And I didn't get an answer. And then I asked again, and I didn't get an answer. So I'm wondering if when we create that contract, if we would be able to put in there that they need to do some kind of a quarterly report. We don't care who the people are. I just want to know that if we're giving them $50,000, our
And I
people are
thought
getting
Glenn,
some
when he
service.
presented to the nonprofits, to the commissioners, he addressed that, and I
He
thought.
said he would talk to
He's-
them.
Yeah,
He-
yeah, he said he would visit with them
Yeah.
about that. However, the old financials that we got from the Stillwater Group, basically, it's all combined.
Yeah.
So there's no really no line
Correct.
item, no way for us to track it, so.
And the other thing I'd really be interested in is what are all these other counties paying in? Are we just kicking $50,000 in the bucket and these others aren't paying anything? Which
So,
I
is
don't
that-
think it serves our purpose.
Well,
Are we talking about line item 36028, just,
yes.
okay.
And I think that that may be a request. I agree with both of those things. One, the quarterly report, and two, how much are the other counties that are in the unit donating? I think that those are two valid questions that we should ask before we write checks.
Well, and I just think we need to be assured that it's staying within our county.
Right.
Or if they don't, if there's some other way that they can
Well,
make those
exactly.
assurances to us, there might be a different format that they would want to give us that that they have access to.
And you know, the sad part is, I mean, Glenn, we've worked with him for a long time, and obviously he's very trustworthy, and, you know, we want to take him for his word, but it'd be nice for our constituents to be able to tell them that the money we're spending is going on our county people.
Even if it's for a special project
Yeah.
or something they have here at home.
I know during the nonprofit things, Glenn did say that money would be used in this county only.
Right.
And not part of the others, but,
Correct.
you know, and I'm sure that Glenn would stay at his word at
Oh,
it. But I
absolutely.
agree that we ought to have some
Goes
kind of
to a big
justification
pot,
showing
yeah.
that.
Well, and then if, on the other counties that are in there, I mean, it may be different, but it needs to be comparable from population
Right,
anyhow. that,
right.
You know, if they're half the population, then okay, they're given half the amount of money, but
Right.
something that's
And-
comparable.
And I would like to make a suggestion that in the future, if for some reason ARPA funds are given out and they know, the committee knows that they're going to either not give out something in the future that they're expecting, that they be told at that moment instead of after the fact.
Yes, yeah, way ahead of time,
Yeah.
yes.
That was kind of a backdoor.
At least make them aware of our intentions as a county.
Okay, so juvenile justice task force, we've got 25,000 budgeted there. This is for juveniles, that go to different places. We have to pay some fees. We don't have too awful many. I know that there's been some changes in the laws, but, we maintain just a small budget for those, in that line item. Burial soldiers, no increase. Examination of records, well, we budget 50,000, and when that's gone, it comes from unappropriated dollars. Animal health testing, we have to maintain that in case we would have an animal bite someone, and that's where that would be paid from, to have that animal tested. The Bowen Center, we put in the higher amount of the original letter that we received, so if you, you'll have to look at that and adjust it through the budget process on that one. Home health care we've discussed. Those next three are not-for-profits. Drug testing, we took that out. We've not used that in many years. So if we have to, we probably just do a minimal transfer into that line item to use it. But that coincides with drug testing that we pay for out of our 4,700 fund, so.
Marcia, on the Bowen Center, isn't that a mandatory amount?
That is,
So-
it is mandatory.
So don't we
Is there
just
a
put,
range?
There is a range that you can use.
okay, so you
and
put in the
have copies of-
highest range? You put in the highest range, okay.
Yeah, I put in the
Got it.
highest range, and then you can adjust it back to
Okay.
where you would want it.
That's what I was, okay,
Yeah,
thank
there's
you.
copies of the letter in
Yeah,
your
I
book,
saw
so.
that, thank you.
And GIS training, that's for Bill Holder. And systems admin training, I know it hasn't been used for some time, but two of the new guys will be doing a training. I've encouraged them, and they're starting to, so this
Yeah.
will be spent only in the second half. So with the new people, and they're looking into different trainings, we may need to increase that.
But you're comfortable with that for now?
And
Yes,
Okay.
and
I know that
that's-
will be spent.
Because
That
that's,
will be spent.
that's the IT.
that's IT,
And,
yes.
and we've been talking about that in the committee, knowing that we need to get ahead of the curve instead of being reactive,
Yeah,
instead of
So it was more
proactive.
than that, and it wasn't being used, so you cut it, and now these two new guys, they have this used up for the rest of this year.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they're,
Yeah. So we may, like I said, we may find that we need to increase that because of they're going to be using it.
Before we leave the threes, back to the top, the maintenance of 177,000, you left that the same. What all is that covering?
Those are your larger ticket items.
One.
We have that in the commissioner's budget, and we have that in CCD. So we tried to cover that out of, one covers the jail, certain types of repairs and maintenance, larger items like probably repairs to the toilets, the lighting, those types of things, because those are quite expensive. The locks, the air pressure system for the lock system, those kinds of things come out of one budget.
Well, I know everything's
Motors.
going up,
Yes.
so when I see something, the same from year to year, it kind of
Yeah,
to me, it red flags a little bit.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
are you sure that-
we try to keep it just for the jail.
Right.
But if we hit the bottom on this, and we can always go back to the commissioner's budget and pay for things. But we try to keep it separated just for tracking purposes.
Okay,
Do you see, I mean, since we've only spent 36,000, do you see more spent in the rest of this year?
In the 35001? Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
36,708.
Oh,
That's what
36.
we've spent supposedly in 2023.
Yes, absolutely. We've got a whole 6 months to go.
Okay.
you know.
And I know we've got, I mean, we are seeing a reduction, I think, in the overall damage that's happening in the jail. So
Thank
that's-
you.
that's-
Yes.
that's
Good.
great.
That's a good. But there's still some things, some housekeeping things. I know right now we're getting quotes to pretty much go through and like steam clean or chemically clean all the cells and the ductwork and all that stuff. Just,
And
it's
because,
been a while. and
yeah,
That was,
they want to paint, but it's the cells, but it's because there's graffiti and, but it hasn't been done for years, and we need to clean the ducts in that area. The whole building needs to have the ducts, but one time of that would wipe out our budget for that,
Right.
okay.
but it is better.
Are we on to 4?
Yes, on to the fours. Land and improvements. This is where we pay for the larger ticket items, HVAC, motors, those types of things. Anything new coming in is paid out of this budget. Like I said, the repairs and maintenance, those are for what it says, repairs and maintenance, but if it's a new maintenance item,
purchase,
yeah, capital improvements, those types of things come out of there.
So do we still need that amount considering we're going to dump a whole bunch of money into that building? I mean,
That's covered somewhere else.
yeah, but I
I
think she's
guess
saying
my
if we're,
question is, we've got 500,000 budgeted. In the last couple of years, we spent 21,000 this year, 109,000 last year, 117,000 the year before.
But for '24, we've budgeted 300,000, not 500,000.
but I think that's another one of those, we spent ARPA funds
Yes.
on the,
The last couple of years.
Alarm.
Well, yeah, the alarm
system.
system, there's been
Gotcha.
projects in the jail that we've done. Normally we come
Showers.
out of here, but
Got
we're
it.
gradually using up those and the projects will start coming back out of here, so I wouldn't hesitate to see it cut. In emergency preparedness,
Is what?
that
my
is
question.
for, the EMA to spend.
Okay.
Yes, and that covers any expenditures of, sometimes it could be training, or if there's emergency. It is emergency type things, and we've never cut it because you cannot predict an emergency. So that's why that's the 25,000, and if it hasn't been spent, it's probably a good thing because we haven't had an emergency.
Right.
So can I go back to the 100s just for a minute? So on the level 1 and level 2 compensation, I think we would be safe. I don't have a figure that I want to think about, but there are less people that are certified in that office. And we've only spent $16,000 for those certifications.
Which line item are you looking at?
I'm sorry, it is 11514.
Oh, level 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Level 1 and 2 compensations, okay.
So we've spent 18, we spent 1850. Last year, we spent 1599. This year, it looks like we're going to spend about $17,000 because there are less people working. The two that were doing the commercial industrial properties, they're not there, so we're not paying them.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they've had two other people we were paying part-time in the personal property. She no longer works, and there's nobody else certified in personal property.
In saying that, I'm just asking to play the other side of that. She has a lot of new people. Are they getting their certifications? Are they required to get their certifications? So they may
If they're
not cut
downs-
it back to the bare bones.
Yeah, if
but-
they're downstairs, they're not required to be certified. If they're upstairs,
They are.
She prefers, they don't have to be, but
Yeah.
she prefers that they be. And then under the retirement 11602, So we increased the amount.
This covers the regular employees, and this also covers the
Sheriff's
sheriff's.
Department.
Their retirement fund.
Okay, and I
increases.
see we have a piece of paper in here from McKeady Crane. Has anybody received the report from McKeady Crane, the whole report that the council needs to have copies of?
I think that meeting is in October.
Yeah,
I
they
think
they had to
they're-
reschedule
The
it.
sheriff, the merit board, that sheriff's meeting, merit board is in October, isn't it, Tony? That they said the finance meeting is in October?
Yes.
Okay, and that's exactly what we told them a year ago.
We said we needed.
Holding
it-
the finance meeting after we have adopted the
Yeah.
budget is not exactly the appropriate time to do it.
And
Well,
I
It is in
I'm sure
advance
once
of the
The
budget.
Yeah.
current sheriff gets that in his, that will change, but it.
But it was actually told to the person who's doing the financing
Yes.
reporting at that meeting that we wanted it at this meeting this year.
Correct.
Because we were there.
And the letter that is in here is generally a piece of that report.
Correct.
So the auditor's office has not received that report. Okay.
What is a realistic date that we should have?
We should have had it in this month.
Well,
Well, they should have had it back in May, June. 'cause
that's,
when we
yeah,
prepared
that was the
budgets
date on
and
the
shit.
letter. I'm
Exactly.
sorry, I can't lay my hand on the
So
letter
we
right
should
this
ask
Yeah,
for it
it's
by
in
July
there.
1
Yeah.
at the latest.
June 6th is the date on the letter.
Do they meet
And actually, I
quarterly?
went to the last
Description.
meeting and they said, well, the finance meeting isn't going to be till next meeting, right? Didn't they say that, Tony, in the last meeting? They said, I thought they were going to have it in this last meeting, but they didn't.
How often do they meet?
Is it-
They
Monthly.
meet
They
monthly.
meet monthly,
They
okay.
meet same day as the council meeting at 11:30ish, depending on,
Yeah.
And where's their meetings? Is it over?
The other,
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in this training room in the jail.
And I know that will be adjusted when we finish. I know that the auditor's office will make that adjustment to
Yeah,
get it back
I've
to what
already
it
included
should
the
be.
higher amount, what
Okay.
they, the recommended amount. I've included that in that line item, so.
Then there was another issue, if you look at the surveyor's information where he talked about the, oh, you're working on it. I'm sorry, I'll just shut up now.
So, moving on to the 400s, I think we've kind of covered that, and no questions. And I did have a letter here that I just got a copy of yesterday to include $250,000 in the commissioner's budget for general drain improvement fund for the 2024 budget year. So I've already talked with Becky on that one, and she's doing the research of what line item, what line number that will be. And I think Carrie can expound on that if you need to have any more questions on what that is.
The letter, there is a letter
Yeah.
Yeah.
in our, under the surveyor's tab.
I'm sure that Mike will talk about that when he's here as well, but I do chair the drainage board and, we're really trying to be more proactive in those projects that have been on the list so there's the general repair stuff that happens, but then there's also reconstructions, which is when you're upsizing a tile or changing the invert of the pipe that you can't pay out of maintenance funds, you have to do a reconstruction. So when that reconstruction happens, the landowner has pretty much a year to pay for that after the work is complete, and depending upon when the work is complete, it can be another 8 to 10 months before it actually gets on their tax bill. So it can be almost 2 years before they have to pay the bill with no fees. They can extend it out even longer, but there's a 10% interest charge on that. So most of them pay pretty promptly, but they wait till the end of that period. So as we're rolling through multiple projects, some of the thing we're running into is with multiple projects going on and it's a 2-year cycle, our general drain fund gets pretty skinny because we're carrying, it's almost like receivables from these landowners until those projects come back. So this would kind of just shore up our general drain fund enough that we can continue to be proactive in getting these projects moving. The homeowner, the landowner is still paying for it. We just need to have the capacity in the fund to be able to pay for it in advance and then they get reimbursed. So it's not like it's a one and done. It comes back to us. We're not losing, we're not really spending that money, but it just gives us more of a slush fund to be able to pay it out, and then it gets paid back to us, but that way we can do projects back to back, or possibly even multiple projects in a given year, depending on the size of them, so
And that's coming back to the general fund?
it would come back to the general fund.
So my question is, then would it be in this budget here, or would it be in the surveyor's budget?
In the commissioner's budget.
Okay, so it would be in the land and improvements, the 41001?
Well, you're saying they're going to make a new
So
account.
there'll be a new
They're
line
gonna-
item.
Okay.
yeah, it's on the
A
chart of
separate
accounts,
line
yeah.
item for that in the commissioner's budget.
So we will move it to the commissioner's budget, which then will move it to the drainage.
We'll probably pay
Pay
the
it out of
invoices
the-
directly out
yeah.
of, it'll be
Okay.
paid directly out of the
Okay.
commissioner's budget.
Okay.
But they're just going to
So-
create a new chart of account number.
And we will be kept apprised of what projects you're working on and,
Yep.
all- okay.
So then for advertising purposes, maybe I shouldn't even be asking this, I don't know. Do we want to add that to this for advertising?
They haven't
Or it's
advertised the
already-
budget yet, so I've talked with Becky, and we're good to put that 250,000 in here.
Okay, for the advertising, okay, that's what I wanted to check.
And because of the wages being set as high as they are, we're good
Right.
with
Yeah,
all of that.
Yeah,
okay.
even so.
There's
Yeah.
a Danner Reconstruct coming up right now. Is that the one you're referring to?
Well, there's multiple ones, you know, because we did
Okay.
some of those, that bigger Welch, and some of those that we've not gotten any of that money for either.
Oh, really?
So it
Right.
just takes time to get them through the system, and as some of these projects, it used to be they were $50,000 or $100,000, well, now some of them are $250,000 or $300,000, it's a lot different.
Literally hundreds of dollars an acre to the landlord, to the
Right.
landowner. Yeah.
And
So in
Carrie-
his letter, he says he has 9 projects that he wants to.
Wow, that's awesome. So when the client or the person who's the landowner, they don't get the bill until the next tax bill goes
Correct.
out.
Yep.
So we can't just bill it when
No,
they,
it goes on there, it goes out, it's,
There's
I
no way
could be
to-
wrong, but I don't think it's on the tax bill, but it goes out at the same time as the tax
Yes.
bill. So it literally,
Right,
it's on a different piece of paper, but it's at
Exactly.
the same time. So all of a sudden, if we don't have it done like right before tax bills would go
Right.
out, it's to the next cycle before it clips on.
is there a reason that we wait, or is that set in stone,
By
or
law.
can we bill them
Well,
when
some of
we
the
do
problem
it?
is most of the time those projects, we like to do them when there's not crops in the fields, so they happen late fall and they
Correct.
carry into the winter, well, then that throws it into the next tax bill. When there's not crops in the field is when we like to do those construction projects. And because when the crops aren't in the field is right before tax time, and the time the bills have already been
Right.
prepped, so it's unfortunate, but if we didn't do that, then we would be having to pay them for crop damage and other things. So I
Right.
mean, there's trade-offs, but historically, you'll get the best pricing if you can do it in the off-peak.
Okay,
Well, the size of the general drain fund just doesn't support the kind of work that needs done because our
Right.
infrastructure's, well over 100 years old, a lot of it. So,
Yeah, and we've got, close to 1,300 miles of county drain that we're maintaining. I mean, it's pretty, what we're able to do with the monies we have is pretty, we're being pretty frugal, so.
Yeah, it's good to see that Mike is being proactive in this now and bringing these projects on board, because there were so many years that, just told, as landowners, we were told, there's no money
money.
available. So,
Yeah, well, I mean, we've had to make some unpopular decisions just because, the landowners do pay for these reconstructions, and we've had some as high as, $500 an acre that their assessment was, and, that's an ouch. That they are like they're paying for their land all over again.
Especially if you just bought the parcel.
Yeah, so I know that, but at the same token, we've got, like you said, Mike, we've got infrastructure that's 100 years old. I mean, it served us well, and it just has to be replaced, so.
Then there's a statute that follows how those have to be billed.
oh, okay,
So,
I guess
yeah,
that
there's
was
there's
actually my
rule.
question.
There's a rule.
Okay. Moving on to the edit fund. First, group health insurance. As we discussed, we were able, just because of the plan changes and our savings that we're experiencing, we were able to cut that back to 3 million, reduced by 300,000. So the first one, contractual services for public safety communications, that is for the hardware and software extended warranty. You see contractual services, 31001. It was 13,000. We reduced that, but it was moved down to 31149 contractual services for OrthoWorks. And 31002 legal services, that is for condemned buildings and the, basically what we're working on through the revitalization committee. So that's the legal services for that. OrthoWorks, in the past, we had given them 13,000 and was asked to put that back in the budget. Contractual services for law enforcement data access. We have a separate fund for law enforcement data access. That is for the outer lying entities to have, the police departments to have access to the same information that our people do here. So they pay a stipend to the county for that service, for the maintenance, but it doesn't cover it, so we've had to budget it in edit to make up that remainder.
But it's divided out based upon the
Number
number
of
of
cars.
cars. So I mean, it's really the county's share of the fee,
It's the largest amount.
because we
so.
just readjusted that last
Yeah,
year.
last year we increased it by 5%, so next year we'll probably pass it on, increase it another 5%. Basically, for the outer lying, the 5% amounts to about $1,200, and it's, yeah. Okay, so mileage, fuel, and travel, and printing and advertising, that's a new line item, and that's for the Parks Board. 911 public safety expenses, that's for utilities, that includes the internet, the fiber, and the electricity. KEDCO spatial projects remains at 250,000. Unsafe building law, that's 100,000. We had 10,000 budgeted in the commissioner's budget, so we reduced that, and this will cover those properties that the revitalization committee is looking at to take care of those.
Can you do me a favor, and can you tell me the unsafe building law, what you're talking about, that's the physical part of taking them
That's the
down,
demolition.
correct? The demolition,
Demolition
and the
and
other one
upkeep
is
of those-
actually the legal
Legal.
part,
Yeah, because there's a lot of
administrative.
legal
Yeah,
that
yeah.
goes into
I
that
just
whole
wanted to make sure,
process.
okay, so this is, okay. And that's what I thought, I just wanted to make sure I put the notes in correctly.
Yep. 36026, Economic Development Course, that is KEDCO. They asked for a $75,000 increase, and moving that up to 300,000.
How do you feel about that, Carrie?
Well, I mean, there is so many opportunities ahead of us right now in the county with what Craig and others have done at the state level, that I think somehow we have to be able to give them the resources they need to be able to move some of these projects forward. You know, they have increased costs, you know, from a perspective of they're in their own space now, they're having to pay rent at a location. You know, they've increased some of their staff to try and build some capacity on some of these things that are happening. There's a lot moving around out there, and I know some of it maybe is behind the scenes, and not everybody knows what all those things are, but, you know, with the 30 million that we got from, or not we, but OrthoWorks got, trying to leverage that with the state and some of the things we're looking at from a county perspective, whether it's an industrial park up, you know, along the 1300 North, or whether it's something of a IDD on east of town, and, you know, then the LSC closing, to me, these are all key opportunities for our county, and I guess I would sure hate to see us not give him the resources he needs to be able to really, hopefully, match what he's gonna need to do from a horsepower wise, to be able to get some of these projects actually across the finish line as we roll into it. But
I would be thrilled to see some of these projects go across the
Right.
finish
Yeah,
line.
but, you know, they are going forward, and, you know, I know they're incremental, but I totally agree with Carrie, and the sad part, well, not the sad part, is because of the growth and because of the enormity of these things, they've even taken on more serious accounting firms. You know, when they started, we had a person who was very capable, and she was a bookkeeper, and now we have multifaceted units under the umbrella, and the KEDCO itself has taken on a lot of expenses to make sure that they're in line with everything, and in addition to following up with some of these projects. But there are a lot of projects going on. And like Carrie said, it's usually behind the scenes. No, not very many people know.
But I do think that, there's, as this next year, I think is going to be key, and I know as we look to even, some of our major improvement budget, that what we're going to get to here in just a few line items down. I mean, there's going to be more requests from a perspective. It's like you have to plan it before you can build it. And I know I get tired of seemingly paying consultants hundreds of thousands of dollars to help us plan some of these developments or some of these next steps. But, we're trying to be, I know that it seems like we're spending a lot of money on some of those things, but if we don't have the information to make an informed decision, it's just really tough to, expect to have a good outcome. So,
And if we don't have shovel-ready projects, we're not going to be first in the line to get this money.
right. And I know I was just on a phone call this morning, now we're figuring out, that NIPSCO doesn't have capacity in their gas, and we're seeing businesses that are expanding or in the process of expanding, and NIPSCO's telling them, we don't have any gas to sell you, so it's like,
Yeah.
so I was on a phone call with the group this morning, just trying to sort out how do we move that along, and NIPSCO was unwilling to build it and hope they come. If you're gonna speculate, they want somebody to pay for that, so,
Yeah.
which is just another cost that somebody has to incur.
And there's a project up north that the water and sewer said, we don't have the capacity
Right.
to add this huge development onto their sewer department. So what do? I mean, the bazillion dollars well, millions of dollars to make that capacity happen. Who's going to pay for that?
Okay, so moving on to the 400s. So infrastructure and major improvements. We have here what is an order that's been adopted, is pursuant to IC 6-3.6. It's an order adopting an amended and restated capital improvement plan. We're working with the commissioners right now on updating and amending that order, and we have a whole list of items here, but before we go into that, the 500,000 that you see as an increase was put in there for the airport at the council's request. The remaining 2 million, we're looking at doing a project for updating and reconfiguring the Justice Building parking lot out there, so that'll be part of those funds. And then we have a list of projects out. I don't know how much you want to try and cover that, Carrie, but we're
Yeah.
working on updating this. And then if you'd like copies, once it's updated, because it's always recorded, and we have to do this every 3 years, so
Right.
it is something that we maintain.
And have you guys met with Reedy? Have you guys met with Reedy?
We've not, we were waiting till after budget time, and then I know
To
I wasn't able to
update
make the last
this,
meeting,
okay.
because I would really love to sit with them and really show them some of our long-range plans of what we're hoping to try and do in the future, and then what's gonna be the best way to try and fund some of those large ticket items
Excellent.
that could be in the future, I guess to look at, that major infrastructure, we have, I think, about 1.8 left this year that, the Justice Building parking lot would be part of that. The other thing would be the tower project for Sydney, as well as, we're looking at possible purchase of a property here downtown that would give us some additional parking, because we're gonna need places for people to park. Even if we do the reconstruction of our existing Justice Building, during that time and even after that, the improvements that we would do would kind of get us to where we're able to have room for all our employees, but it wouldn't necessarily give us enough room for all of people doing business with the county too. But then when we look at the 2024 budget, what we're talking about here, of course, we have the airport's a large portion of that, and then just can try and do, as we work through this plan with Design Collaborative on trying to get things on a rotation, we're wanting to be able to set aside, some significant funds to be able to do upgrades to our buildings. I know we got a parking lot out at the work release, it's gonna need some attention and some other things, so we'll be working on those projects. And then I know with some of the things we have going possibly with the state at the IDD, that LSC property, some of those things that are all outside the county, that there may be some engineering and planning that might be needed there, as well as, we're talking about, we're in the process of doing a study on our parking downtown. If we would want to get into a parking garage, some of that engineering for the actual garage, I think that the actual funding of that probably wouldn't be into the 25, 26 timeframe, but, it all takes time to roll through that. So back to not liking planning studies and the cost of those, I know next year could be one of those, it could be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow, but there could be some pretty sizable ones. When you talk about doing, a parking garage, or that IDD, that could be a 500-acre development. And I'm not saying we're going alone, these would be match dollars, but I do think the state is gonna say, if we're gonna step up to the plate and we're gonna help you with this, they wanna know that the county's behind it. And how that is stated isn't just verbal, but put your money where your mouth is. So, I think that as we look forward, these next few years, I think I may be stretching us all a little bit on what we historically have spent money on from a perspective of how can we really prepare our county for the future and really see opportunities for some significant growth around our county. And I know that that's something that not everybody wants to see our county grow. So we want to make sure we're doing it in a way that we don't lose who we are, but at the same token, if we want to keep our tax rates low and we want to be able to have the quality of life in our communities, it's going to take investment on our part to be able to do that. So I think that, some of these projects, as we look forward, the other things I would see is having money set aside for Parks Department. I know that we have a project that we're working through, we just walked through RFP with them earlier this week. But, my hope would be is we're applying for grants. There again, we're not gonna be paying for it completely, but these are match monies with NDOT or next level trails or the DNR, that we're able to leverage these dollars to really maximize the impact we can have in our community. But we've got to have some money set aside to be able to do that, so. And with our edit funds, because of our ARPA funds, they have grown to where we're in a good position that we can start to make some investments. And I think that's what we need to do as a county. We need to, because we're so financially strong, we need to use that leverage that we have, that we can set ourselves apart from our neighboring counties, that we can really attract and keep people here in our community, so.
I guess the only question I would have would be on the parking situation. If we're looking at a study right now or a possible future parking garage, do we want to put $2 million into an existing parking lot, or do we want to expand on that and kind of kill two birds with one stone here rather than repeating effort?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things that would happen. We're working with, we actually started over a year ago, the engineering process with a firm out of Fort Wayne that's doing the design, and we just had a meeting with the city, kind of got preliminary approval on that. That there's some of that parking lot that we're mainly just reconfiguring. We're not adding a lot, but it needs resurfaced, it needs updated. It's not safe on how our employees, they walk out the driving entrance where cars are coming in and out. There's safety concerns that need to be addressed. I do know that, some of the big plans, if we would do a parking garage or reutilize even some of the buildings that are there, possibly could impact that. But even with that, I think this isn't something that's gonna happen tomorrow. It's 2 or 3 years out, that we've got a parking lot that's getting pretty long in the tooth, that needs some repairs, as well as, I think, trying to make it safer. And then even, we're gonna increase the footprint, but our driving lanes and our parking lot are like twice as wide as they need to be. So it's a real inefficient use of that space. So we're trying to maximize that to make it as good as we can. But, we're not spending money only to a year later tear it up and do something different. But, I think as we walk through this process, we're gonna know pretty quickly, I think, what the real possibilities of one of these parking garage, because I think they're wanting to have that completed so they can apply for Ready Grant funds, I think, like in November.
Yes.
So, and what we're hoping to do is have the project out for bid into this year, so contractors so we can get in a contractor schedule, and that work wouldn't be starting till spring. So we're gonna have some time if there's something between there and there that would change. But we've waited, because we thought this was gonna happen with the project over at Owens, and that didn't happen, so that's why we paused it a year ago. I feel like we're at a point now, we gotta quit hitting pause. We've gotta make a decision based upon the information we have currently. And then, you know, if something changes, we're still gonna have some time to be able to maneuver at the end.
You know, has there been a possibility looked at to deck the current lot we already have?
Yes, the engineer, when we looked at that, we looked at doing a parking garage on the north half of that building, or north half of that block over there. Because I think we want to save the south half for if we would ever need to expand the jail or expand the justice building, that would not be covered in a parking garage. You know, some of the thing is just, is that the right spot for the parking garage? Although it would work well for the county, if we're really trying to help make an impact with that parking garage for the whole downtown or the parks department or whatever else, it'd be better if it was a block west or east. So I mean, I think those are things that, as we get into this parking study, they're gonna help identify where the best spot is. But we do have a drawing that shows a parking garage on the north half of that we could kind of go it alone. But I think if we're gonna really try to leverage our investment to help maybe drive some other development downtown, we want to make sure the location of that is correct.
So with this reconfiguration alone, we'll gain about 30 parking
I was gonna
spaces.
say, it was
So,
really good.
Wow.
I
yeah.
mean,
So that should offset the commercial.
yes.
Yeah, but then, you know, if we're able to get this other parcel, you know, that would give us another 30 or 40 spots that we could have additional to that, so.
The list that you just went through, do we have that in our,
No,
Packet?
we've just started that because we're going through the process. for-
okay.
It's pretty preliminary. I
Plan.
mean, we ran out of time in the commissioner meeting yesterday morning to get everybody on board with what we're doing, but we'll be working on that report here
You
soon.
just send it to
Okay.
us. Phyllis.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Oh, the 911, that 100,000, that, I'm keeping that in there. Time to time, the actual equipment outside of the system, there are several things that go into the dispatch center. So that equipment would be paid for out of that 100,000. So if they don't need it, it won't be spent. It's
What's
just-
the age of our current system?
Our current system is brand new, it's just a year old, but they have things like a CAD system and those things that aren't part of
Okay.
that system that needs work and,
Okay.
you know, so that's where those funds will go.
I have an easy question. What is the unsafe building? That shows up several times. What is that for?
What did he say?
That is any properties that are blighted, that's for the demolition of those properties, the upkeep of those, cleaning the property up so it can be resold.
The
that-
physical
Yeah, the
physical part.
Yeah, the 36013 is the physical demolition and like cleanup of those properties. We're meeting every month or so with a revitalization
Revitalization.
committee of really trying to identify those properties in the county that really need to be, that are condemned by the health department. Ideally, they've been at multiple tax sales, they haven't sold. The county would come in, demo that building, clean up the site, and then either put it back out on a tax sale or some form of repurpose as far as getting it back on the tax rolls, whether that's selling it to a local or, you know, an adjoining property owner or a builder who wants to build a home or habitat or whatever there might be there. But trying to clean up, you know, these abandoned properties, for lack of a better word, and then get them back on the tax rolls.
So it's
And-
not our property, it's private property.
Well, it's currently, the county historically has not taken possessions, but some of them have been through multiple tax sales. So pretty much all we would have to do is the county say, we want to own the property and it's ours. But historically, we've not wanted to do that because we didn't want to pay for the cost of the demolition or whatever, or the mowing of the grass or whatever other problem there might be there. But we're really looking at, we've got some derelict properties that the only way that they're going to get cleaned up is the county going in, and because the cost of that demolition or cleanup is such that the property isn't worth that much, so nobody's willing to pay for that cost.
Some of that area over in south of Pierceton,
We have a
Can
list,
that
we
qualify?
have a list of like 34 properties that the health department has currently deemed unsafe buildings, that we're working through that, and then we're gonna match that with properties that are on the tax sale and kind of start with those. We're hoping to be able to do like, I think he had like 6 that were kind of targeted, yet this year that we were gonna do. But, you know, if you know of specific properties, you know, definitely get the addresses to me or Mike. We'll make sure it's on the list and see whether that matches up with some of them that are on our list already.
Right, and I want to be clear, I mean, this is not any sort of a land grab by the county whatsoever.
Right.
It's just it's a new tool to allow us to take care of these properties.
And also to potentially provide additional workforce housing, since
Right.
that's such an issue. And we could possibly provide it at a less, you know, if we use something like Habitat or Buildings Trades, you know what I mean? Where we would have nice homes that would be less expensive.
Okay, so moving on to county human capital development. First up, we have supplies for IT. This was part of their original budget, and I think last year or 2 years ago, we moved it out and made separate line items for these. Property tax payments, those are for ditch assessments that have to be paid by the county. Legal services did not increase this year. Consulting is $12,000. Cloud data storage, that's a new one this year. So the body cameras for the sheriff's department, those have to be stored out on the cloud. So it's 40,000, and I have, I think I included a copy of the paperwork in here to show you year by year what is required. And also I found out yesterday, Right Stuff, which is the county's personnel clock system for timekeeping, they're looking at going to the cloud. So that would be $3,600, and I've already talked with Becky about the increase that we would probably need to make in that line item. And we did ask them to go back and sharpen their pencils, so we'll see what they come back with. But if we don't pay the $3,600 to go to the cloud, there's a fee that we'd have to pay to stay where we're at. So IT is definitely wanting to move to the cloud. That would negate them having to maintain another server. Okay, telephone, no increase, postage, mileage, fuel, and travel, weights and measures. Copy machines was moved to office equipment a couple years ago. Contracts for IT, we increased that by 40,000. A lot of those are annual or quarterly, and we've seen increases in those. Like, for instance, Lao, some of those have increased. Property liability insurance, we've done well on that, so we've only had to have an increase of $12,000. In part due to the safety program that we initiated probably 5 or 6 years ago. So that's.
Because that includes our workman.
I was
Yeah,
just saying,
that
because our
includes-
percentage,
work comp is
it's
not in this
finally catching
line,
up.
but-
Our mod is.
Our percentage is finally
our
catching up
mod
from 3
was-
years ago, yeah.
Yeah, 5 years ago, our mod was 1.67, and we're down to 1.1 right now.
Yeah.
So
Excellent.
definite increases in savings there. Repairs and maintenance, this is another one of those lines that we moved 300 from landed improvements up to cover repairs and maintenance. And like I said before, we try to keep jail separate from others just for tracking purposes, but if we run out of dollars in this one, we usually have the other one to fall back on, but we like to keep it separate just for tracking purposes. Computer maintenance and software, again, that's a line item, and it is what it is there. Unsafe building law, that's now in the edit budget, so I've removed the 10,000 from there. Inmates and institutions, we use that, it's a lot less than it has been, but we never know how, in the past, sometimes we've used the entire budget and had to make transfers to cover things. It's just one of those unknowns that hangs out there, but we have used it in the past. Change of venue, it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes there's a fee for a change of venue that we have to pay. And land and improvements, we have 350,000 there. Again, that's for major improvements, and that would be for jail items. Office equipment, as I said, the copiers were moved into this. Computer equipment, 180,000. Trucks, 245,000, which I'm sure Steve will address that when he's up here. And then this is it's a new line item, and we talked about this, so we thought we'd put $250,000 in here for 2024. This would allow some, there's a few offices yet in the courthouse that have not been updated with carpeting and painted, so it would allow to finish those, but this would be put towards any other type of thing like that, like we're doing in the Justice Building with the carpeting and the painting and so on.
So this is covering all buildings?
This will cover all buildings, but then moving forward next year, we would make it probably for the 25 budget, we'd make it 500,000. So we're gradually building that up. So when 6 years, 8 years,
Right.
when it's time to go back through the building, we have the money there because we won't have hopefully another ARPA that would cover those expenses. So that is that for the edit budget, or CCD.
Could I just ask a quick question? The 36020, the inmates and institutions, what is that? I just curious.
Those are, these could be people that are in the state, this could be somebody, the state mental,
Okay.
we have to pay for clothing, those
Yeah.
types of things.
If we have to ship them there and pay for them.
Or if for some reason our jail got full and we had to house
Yeah,
inmates in
rent,
another
yeah.
location.
Okay.
And it's one of those things, our population
Yeah.
is up a little bit, but still we're
We're
well
not-
within.
Not at our
Yeah, I
max,
was just
so.
curious. I didn't know what it was.
264 maybe?
Yeah, about right around there.
right?
I think so.
280.
It goes up exponentially
Somewhere.
during the summer months, and then it gradually starts to taper off.
Have they changed the cost of putting inmates in other places? Because it used to be it was cheaper to ship them to somebody else than it was to keep them.
You know, I don't know if they've changed what that fee is and where
I
that
think
is. I can't believe that just the
it's-
cost of food and everything, the cost that it's not went up, but I don't know if it still is cheaper.
That's
What you-
set by statute.
It's set
Yeah,
by
it was set by
statute,
statute,
and what you
the
pay and
Sheriff's
what you get are
Association
two
was
different
quite
things.
concerned about it because it actually was cheaper. I think it was like $35 a day or something like
Well,
that.
That's what I
But you
think
have to
that's,
find somebody that has
you
enough
pay
room
one
to
fee
take
and you get another fee. It's not the same fee.
Okay.
So you'd have to look that up because at one time, a lot of jails were hosting because it was cheaper for them to host instead of build, instead of build something. But, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on to the 4,700 fund, that's the employee health insurance fund. The first item, the 11605, is the group health insurance. As you can see, we've decreased it by 750,000. As we've talked through these other two budgets, we've been able to decrease it just because the savings that we're experiencing right now.
And this is number 2, correct?
This is number 2.
Okay.
So the commissioner's
I'm
budget
sorry.
is
This is
number
bucket number
3.
two.
Bucket 2.
Yep. Okay, so moving down, this is, most of this is for the health clinic that we maintain. So the supplies and the clinic medications, no increase there. We made the wellness program incentives 15,000. As you know, we've been able in the last 2 years, 2 years ago, we had a pilot program for diabetics, and that was very successful. So we're now currently in our second year. So we want to be able to maintain that program. Supplies, that's just operating supplies, could be, just a minimal thing that they need over there in the health clinic. Contractual services is 6,000. Consulting is 90,000, and there is a copy of that in your additional documentation for the contract for Creative Benefits Solutions. So the monthly fees is 47,000. Employee clinic, the insurance for the MRIs is 25,000. We just maintain it at the 25,000. We've not come close to spending that, but if it's not spent on MRIs, it just goes back into the bucket, as we never know how many MRIs we're going to have done in a year's time. So employee clinic labs is 44,000. Wellness program services, we increased it 3,000. Part of that is our pilot program in the second year of that program. And let's see. Employee clinic hourly rate is 110,000, and that varies month to month just because of the number of holidays or when the clinics close, that type of thing. And then repairs and maintenance, that's $1,300. So anything that's over there, that belongs to the county. We have to maintain that. That could be one of the exam tables, which we just recently had to have one reupholstered, those types of things.
I have a silly question. In regards to the new health program from the state, would that include any of these items? And if it does, would we be better off to put that 750 back into this category for our match, our percentage match?
No,
I'm
that would
asking
have
you.
to come from the health money.
The health
Yeah,
money,
'cause I
okay.
think has to
It
be
has to
from
be,
the health
it has to be specific from
For
the health money.
department,
Okay,
that's
I was
not-
just,
Not specific for
I
our
just-
employees, but it's
well,
for the county.
I was just,
Yep.
I'm just like thinking outside the box.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So the clinic has been well received by the employees. We have, now we only have two, it's the county and Warsaw Community Schools, so there's just one other client besides ourselves there, but it has pretty good usage, so. The EAP program, that's from the Bowen Center, that's paid out of one of these line items here as well.
I know you're gonna hear this later, but just so I guess you know, my feelings are hard on that health funding too. You know, I've kind of been going to those health department meetings to try and make sure we could get that across the finish line. I think there's gonna be a lot of moving parts to that in the budget this
Yeah.
year. So I just appreciate your patience as we're walking through that and trying to sort out. I know that the board agreed to have Rich Haddad help them try to put a rough budget together with some high-level buckets. But I do think that those are some things that we can hopefully make a difference in the health of our community. Just, I guess, bear with us as we're trying to walk through that. I know that's kind of a little bit outside my lane, but I know the commissioners were the ones that had to opt into that, and I wanted to make sure that you knew that we are in support of that, and we're trying to stretch those dollars, because I do feel as though what the county is how it's currently funding it is gonna more than exceed what our match needs to be to receive these funds. So overall, I think it'll be, it's not gonna be any bigger cost to the county, but we're gonna have a lot more money to invest into the health of our community. So, and then it's just a matter of trying to find, the right players. But I think they've committed to hiring a assistant director to be able to manage that portion of it for the health department, which I think really would give us some depth of bench that we've not had in a while to really hopefully move some new, exciting opportunities forward in our community, so.
Okay, moving on, we have law enforcement data access, Fund 4900. This is where we pay for the system, we've already talked about this, the outer lying police departments, and that should
And
be.
you moved it.
Under 2024, I've already spoke with Becky about this, it should be 81,975 there, so that adjustment, that change will be made. And then we budgeted 40,000 to make up the rest of it in the other budget, the edit budget, so.
So, Marcia, I have a question on that. That account is setting now at $29,100 negative.
They
It has a
usually-
negative balance.
They usually don't pay that in until the end of the year, and we don't
Okay.
receive that until the end of the year to pay it, but I'll have to get with Rhonda to see what they've received or not received. and-
Well, this is as of August.
Oh,
and-
as of
And it
August.
started at 30,000, and I'm sorry, wrong line. It started at 52,000. We've spent $81,970, which leaves us $29,000 in the hole, so.
So there's some communities.
Doesn't
that
make any
probably haven't
difference.
paid
They-
their-
Probably they
haven't
wait
paid.
to the end of the year. They're probably waiting until the,
Yeah,
fourth quarter.
Most of them, I think, do pay
Yeah.
end of the year, so.
Or maybe they pay it in payments too. I don't-
Exactly.
So are we a year behind? It almost makes you think we're a year behind
Behind,
Yeah.
if we're in the hole.
Almost.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I'll
you're
get
right,
with
probably
Rhonda
some
on
of them
that one
pay.
and see where they're at on collections.
Any more questions for commissioners?
I appreciate you coming with all the information
I
and letting
do.
us know what you're planning to work on and your input. Thank you.
And I will send out a copy of, even though it's pretty rough right now, the plans for the edit, and they won't adopt that edit plan until the end of the year. So once that's adopted and recorded, we'll get you a copy of that as well.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your time, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
County Highway, Steve, you're next. What's that? Would you like a brief break? Anyone? Couple minutes?
1 minute, 1 minute,
1 minute?
1 minute.
Start timer.
At least. Well, I think it's a coffee thing. It's a coffee, donut thing.
We have donuts too?
Yeah, we have donuts.
You didn't bring a whole team?
I didn't get up.
Just lonely me.
Hey, you guys are just working too hard. It's decent weather, your roads are getting bad, right?
Hey, I feel like I want to sing. Hi, buddy.
Two neighbors already.
Hey,
I just went.
We're already behind. It's up to you to make it up.
I'll definitely try to.
I was catching it when you were here yesterday by text, and I didn't even know it till after I left.
Well, that's what she said, she missed putting it in. And so Becky was gonna put in 81,970.
Yeah, things like.
So it's
One of
gonna
them said,
stay.
You got a point, David.
I thought she was moving it.
No,
Sorry for making you look.
no, it missed being put in there.
That's what I
Part of
thought
it,
she
she
said.
took part of it, because she didn't
questions?
know
Thank you.
that there was gonna be that money. But she wanted, I think the intent was to budget it.
I have no control over what they do. Oh, the hell you do.
Oh, sure.
Not on the hill, the other Marshall County.
Sure. Go fast. Maybe we won't take our 11 o'clock break. You surviving?
Hey,
Major learning curve.
Yeah.
How long did it take for you guys to
all the guys will be able to
smart
match.
enough to ask questions?
Yeah, I can remember in the audit.
Okay,
And I prepared the budget.
okay.
And so that's why I have an intimate relationship with them.
Except inclusive. They still haven't.
Are any of the other commissioners working?
Hey, Mike,
Yes.
they asking that we remind everybody to actually speak in the mic so they can all hear out there. Hello?
You didn't want to put your recorder up here and record 6 hours of fun and games?
Yeah. Well, I didn't, well, I brought my own.
In the budget.
What's that?
Okay.
Oh, so we want to make sure we speak loud and clear. And we got the sensitivity turned up where it grabs us. I know sometimes we can.
We do, we have the sensitivity up.
Okay, is everyone's mic turned on? And are we ready to go with highway? Okay, Steve, you're on the hot seat.
I'll walk through like my increases and decreases so that we know what's kind of going on. 1176, 050. So we've lowered the, unemployment and workman's compensation and group health insurance, from what we did last year, just based upon the numbers that we were given. And I'll go through each increase unless you want me to pick up on something else. For supplies, we've increased at $1,000. The reason we had to do that was we brought bottled water in because of the water at the highway that we tested. We had to bring in more bottled water for the, like the stand-up things. So it's about $1,000 more a year, for the guys to take on the road when they take out their coolers. Property and liability, we increased that about 5%, just going on what the estimate might be coming in this year. building repair, we increased it $20,000, and that's for ventilation in the shop. So we got, 3 different quotes, because the ventilation in the shop right now is, I don't like it, I'll just be honest with you, I don't think it's good for our guys. We used to have a hose system when we did our, updates. They had removed that part, so now we went and got, and it looks like to be about $45,000 is a low bid, to improve the ventilation in the shop with big fans and all that. And then we also leave in there a little bit just in case, for like garage doors and stuff like that, or routine maintenance, things that come up. Increase on training and seminars, but that's due to, we got a new CDL trainer. We actually have a guy that we sent off to be trained, and there's still gonna be, and the cost of motels has gone up, so that's why we increased that by $1,000.
But that will save us from sending other people if we have a trainer in-house, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't that save us a lot of money
Yeah,
just
it does. I was
because of
gonna
all
say,
the
yeah.
costs that's
Yeah.
increased for training of CDLs?
Yeah, so what we do now is, so that the guy that we have is now a licensed trainer through the state of Indiana, so he can give the criteria portion, which is 72 hours. So before, we'd have to send somebody out and pay for that to be doing that. And then also, he is qualified then to do the 40 hours of in-person training on the actual road itself. So the only cost that would be out of pocket is for the test eventually. So, which is $175. So compared to $5,000. So that extra 1,000 is well spent, so.
Right.
Excellent. I have a question, I have 2 questions.
Good.
Last year, you mentioned in the repairs that you wanted a new roof for the salt barn. Did that happen?
Not yet.
Okay. And then on the trainer, does he just train our guys or does he contract out? And the reason I ask is if we're paying his training and then he contracts out, do we get any of those funds?
We only train within house at
Oh,
this point.
that's fine. I just figured
But
I'd
I've
ask.
had a lot of other questions, though. Hey, can you help train?
Right, like
from
another
other-
county or
yeah.
multiple counties or something like that.
Just liability-wise, we haven't seen what's going into that
And that's
yet.
okay. I just was
Yeah.
curious as to see what the end result was, so.
Sure. So overall, in 050, we're down 71,300 total for that budget.
Can I ask a quick question about that?
Go ahead.
So this is all the MVH, so does that include the budget for restricted and unrestricted? It's all in here, or how's that?
No, they're 2 separate.
that's,
So-
1178, isn't it?
Well, I saw on Reedy's thing, it says fund number 1173 was restricted, but I didn't see a fund that said 11.
So when you see this, this is combined.
Okay.
Okay. so that
Okay.
was the question.
It's very funky. So
Okay.
you get a pot of money in, they cut it in half.
Right.
And then I do a sub-budget. So after you approve my budget, then I do a separate one and give it to Rhonda that shows 30% of the shop this year will come out of the restricted. And I have to, it's very tedious, what we break down each time. Then at the end of the year, I put her all back together and give it back to the state Board of Accounts.
Which
Okay.
is actually, Kathy, that's the sad part, because when it goes back to the legislation, that's one of the reasons that they don't realize the problem.
Yeah.
Is because when it goes to the legislation, it all goes back to this account.
Right.
So if we have a positive number, or whatever, that we show that we haven't used, they only see that. They
Yeah,
don't see what's
realize that
really
we couldn't have
restricted.
used it 'cause
Correct.
it was in the restricted budget.
Did that percentage change this year? I mean, did you
No,
get that
it
done?
was, we're working on it with AIC this year again.
It got defeated.
It got
was never-
You
defeated,
did?
It was never heard, I don't think.
Nope.
wasn't he? Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. So if we go then to 1176-051, and you go to the second page there, you should have, so it would be the 22042, road striping and paint. We've been trying to improve our roadways. First of all, we've paved a lot this year. The last 2 years, we've improved quite a bit. With that comes, though, more paint striping. And we've looked at the crash data provided by LTAP, and part of it is roadway departure accidents. And so one of our things to try to solve those is to do more fog lines and make sure that we get there, because when at night, sometimes it's very hard to see a road, maybe it's been just been paved. In general, the higher traveled roads. So, plus it's increased cost-wise per lane mile about 17% overall for paint striping, and it's just gonna go up and up and up. So the better quality of paint, the longer it lasts. If you do the cheaper paint, haven't had very good success with that. So,
Is the fog lane paint, like, is it a special
White line.
paint?
no, I mean, it's either way. You can go with like latex, or you can go with this poly. Poly lasts longer, it's thicker, and then if you go one step farther, it's actually where they groove it into the road. We haven't went there. I just can't afford that.
Right.
So,
That grooving, and that's what the rumble strip thing, is that? what-
no, it's different.
Okay.
But yeah, the rumble is also for departure, like, so Michigan, they've done a studies that they've been putting on center lines once you cross, like
Yeah.
25 going to Mentone. So, but it holds water, freeze and thaw.
Right.
Potholing.
yeah.
But,
Chips it up.
yeah, that's different.
So it's pros and cons.
Yeah, that's a long one. So I increased that by $20,000. The other thing that I increased, stone and gravel, $80,000. Of course, everything's just going up. And then we did safety testing, and that's for safety equipment, everything, our helmets that we buy. We have to rotate those. Every driver has a helmet that they have to wear when cutting brush or when they're in the hole. The big thing with that is they've went for $200 to $300, and I have to rotate them they only are so good for 2 years. So I increased that by
Even though you
1,000.
don't use them, they time out.
Yeah, right. No, I agree. So overall, when you look at what we've increased between those two, we increased our total budget by like 300,000, but on the very first page of NVH, we reduced it by 71,000. So we're about 230,000 overall, not including wages, that we've increased it. Because wages, whatever you do, but we increase it, we put in for 10%. I doubt we get 10%, right? So, but overall, wage-wise, or what we've increased, it was $230,000 overall in the MVH.
I have a
besides
question,
wages.
Steve, in regards to account 22043, the stone and gravel.
Yep.
Prior to that, was it in a different account, or was it getting paid by like a grant or something like that? Because if you look at the history, 20, 21, and 22, we didn't spend anything, and then 23, we did, it just kind of went off the cliff.
That's one I can take out of restricted.
Got it.
So I moved it all over to MVH, so I could take,
So
because it
we were
used to
able-
be in LRS. And I still have a line in LRS, but I moved it all over to restricted, so I can pay it on the restricted side.
Okay, thank you.
Just showing by 2 minutes up 200,000.
Yeah, that's,
Okay, so,
Yeah, but then keep going, yeah.
right, okay, got it.
Yeah, so that would be part of it.
22037 is all the same, right?
Yes, what page, what are you on?
If you go on, it's chart of account number 22037, what was Mike
Oh,
was
yeah, yeah,
saying.
yeah. That's
And
11.
Similar, you moved that also?
Right.
Okay.
So if you look, then, our LRS, which that's what you're on now, is 1169. And she's looking at 22037. By 2 minutes, we increased it by 100,000 this year. We're just trying to get the maximum amount of our dollars that we got in that account.
Yeah.
And if we got that money, we want to put it on the roadways. Our whole goal is to improve and to touch 10% of our total road funding when we can. If we can get total 10% each year, so every year, like after 10 years, we should have hopefully got to every road. Now, are there going to be roads that we don't get to because of due to certain situations? Yes, but that's our goal. Also increased the stone and gravel by 150,000 as well. So we have the cash balance to carry that, and what the revenue was up this last year, we believe we can do that. The other thing that I'll touch on, let's see if it's in other equipment in trucks, or in 1169. That's going to be 300,000 we've got for trucks, 0 for equipment. So for the trucks, what we want to try to do is get a tandem. Very recently, like as of Monday, our order that we had put in 2021 on December 1st of 2021 has been canceled. So we lost that appropriation amount, kept the funding, same for the commissioner's budget. So at this point, we have no trucks ordered. So we're going to try to purchase 2 trucks this year with this year's funds in a December order for this year, for 2024, if it's approved. So for a tandem out of that one.
Are you able to get it this year, do you think?
I gotta buy a used one.
I was
I'm
just
gonna have to
thinking,
find a
can you
used
find a
one.
demo or something like that? Because
Yeah.
I just talked to a couple fire chiefs and they said the trucks are 3 years out, the ambulances are 2 years out.
Yep, that's correct.
So the 2 trucks you had ordered, you're not gonna get,
Nope.
and you're selling 4 trucks this week.
Yes, well, those 4 trucks are shot.
Shot,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Cleaning house.
They were in the back of the yard.
So why aren't you able to get them?
Why
it's
am
not
I not?
available?
Yeah,
They're,
not
they're
available.
not available. I mean, it's crazy. It's
You can,
ridiculous.
you can cancel the order and have them reordered at a higher price.
Probably, right.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
Yeah, but
you're
that's
right.
the really sad part. I mean,
I do, let's make sure. I wanted to talk about too, in going back, sorry that I'm hopping around. So in 1176, talking about other equipment, if I could find it, what number it is. For that budget this year, normally I give you a sheet, I did forget the sheet. What has happened is our paver that we have, they no longer make it. So Volvo is out for making pavers. It used to be Blanox back in the day. So you can imagine getting parts for our paver now has been extremely difficult. So this next year, I would like to buy a paver. It's very expensive. But our paver only being 5 years old, we believe we can get some value out of it. And then we would go on a payment plan or government lease, pay to own like we did for the other paver, the grader and the cat loader, which we made payments for it. That also will come out of restricted funds because it is strictly for construction of roads. So that's my plan for other equipment in
and
1176.
Steve,
So what line item is that?
I don't know.
well, what kind of price are we looking at? I'm just curious.
600,000.
Bill price, 600, okay.
If you're lucky.
And what brand? I mean, are you looking at a particular brand that you think is
Yes, the
good?
one that's made and won't go out of business, so yeah.
Which is,
That makes me angry.
we like this.
Well, last time I think we went with the lower cost paver, and I
Okay.
think it kind of got us. So this time we're going to do a Sourcewell contract, and we're looking at either, we're going to look at Caterpillar, of course, and then, I forgot the other name. Yeah, I forgot it, I'm sorry.
No,
On the
I was just curious as to the end result,
Yeah.
you know.
Can you send us the list of equipment that you usually
Yes,
do?
yep,
Thank you,
yep,
sir.
yes. I'll email that when I get back. Okay, so that was 1169. 1135 Cume Bridge. This is the year, we've increased this 150,000 this year. This is the year that the bridges start to come into play. So all our federal aid projects will start coming. We've been paying on them so far, but it's been for like PE, so that's always been taken care out of that fund. That's been up to, looks like Bridge 161 and Bridge 9 this year will be paid out of 2024's budget. There could be a possibility that I might have to come in and ask for an additional, but we've kind of prepared for this by keeping and not spending much out of the bridge fund so we can handle each project. The other thing that we had done is we put in for community crossing small structure. And it says small structure, but it's actually a bridge. It's 19 feet, so it doesn't count as a bridge. So I don't have to have it inspected like I do the federal highway way, but that means I can't get federal funding for it either, which is horrible.
Now, are those actual
That
bridges or
sucks.
culverts?
No, they're actually bridges, but they're called small structures
Can you
because,
replace that with a culvert at a lower price?
in this situation, the one I went for, no, because I tried to. Because it's on a T26 and that's the main channel for all the boats go underneath. So I tried to put a culvert in high enough, can't do it. So we have to actually replace that bridge. And the only way that I believe that I could afford it was to go for part of it's for community crossing. So it's going to be over $102,000 or $1.2 million to replace it. That includes everything, but hopefully we'll get half of that paid for.
And Steve, which bridge is that? And I apologize, I was writing.
It's going to be small structure 320.
But,
Is it 39085?
well, I mean,
It's
okay.
not, there's nothing in there yet
Oh.
for it. Because it's small structure, but it's still a bridge, you can pay for it out of bridge replacement.
Got it.
That's just the label
Oh,
the state
okay.
gives it.
Okay.
So for the small structures, though, I did decrease that. We had been very aggressive with replacing our small structures, which are 30, basically it's 36 inches and up to 19 feet. Is conducted a small structure. Those we've been replacing on our own since we were allowed to buy a bigger excavator. We've been putting in, we did 5 last year, which is unheard of.
Yeah, thank you.
So. Okay. Wheel tax, we increased the wheel tax by $50,000. This one's kind of, we just kind of watch what we get in and try to judge. I'll be honest, we try to maximize this. Anything that comes out of here goes directly on the road. So, this is where the majority of your chip and seal happens, all your paving. Even community crossings match this year for Old 30 and Pierceton Road was done. So, we just tried to think, we thought it looked like there'd be about 50,000 more than what there was last year. So,
So with community crossings, what do you hope to turn this into?
say that again.
What's that?
What'd you say?
With community crossings money, what do you hope to turn this into? I mean, this figure here.
Oh, so like if you double it, right? So like we spent $1 million out of there, so that actually bumped up to $3 million.
So you're not,
So-
the community crossings portion is not in this figure, or it is?
No, it's not in
No,
this
no, no, it's
figure.
just my match.
Okay, yeah.
And
yeah,
it's only
so-
up to $1 million, right?
Huh?
Isn't community crossings only
Yeah.
up to $1 million? So even though it's $2 million here, we can only get $1 million.
Yeah, so it'd be 3 if you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I do normally is I'll pick out and try to get as much, stretch the money as long as I can. So like I'll do, that's why I picked Pierceton and Old 30, and I also put in for next year Old 30 all the way into city limits. Then that would finish that section. But like I try to get $2 million worth of work, knowing it's gonna cost me $1 million. So, and I can do bigger projects where I'd have to subcontract it out, paperwork nightmare. This way it's easier.
Thank you, Steve, for
You're welcome.
working so hard.
We can buzz through these bridges real quick. So each, we have to have a fund number for each bridge. And so what that means is that there's a fund number that's allocated for each bridge or each federal project. Each project then will be reimbursed their portions out of 1135, which is the Cume Bridge Fund. So all the bridges that you see, the increases and everything is comparable to what we've had for each fund number. We come back, I think we do it one time, we used to do it every year for an additional appropriation for each fund number. That's not the case anymore. Now it's set. And as we go through, if it fluctuates, most of the time we've had to go back to the state and ask for funding, such as like on Bridge 227 because of inflation. These, most of the projects are 5 years out. It's hard to predict what the economy will do in 5 years. So there is sometimes where we have to go back and ask for more money for their federal portion. So Bridge 161 hopefully will be built this year. Bridge 227 will be also part of the right-of-way services will be done, and then it'll be, once the environmental is done, then it'll start as soon as possible. And then you have the bridge inspection. The bridge inspection portion of this is, remember, it runs in cycles. So out of the Cume Bridge, some years you'll see me decrease it. I think I decreased it this year or increased it this year. Then next year I'll decrease it because they have to be every 2 years, every bridge has to be ran. But there's some bridges that are 4 or less that they have to be inspected every year. And that's a federal mandate that we have to do. So that's why you have big years where you do every one of them, and then you got years that you only have to do the 6 that we have that are 4 or less. So, I think that's it on the bridges, that I have. Bridge 123, same thing. That one we just got, that's the one that on Packerton Road. On that Packerton Road Bridge, we've talked with the city of Winona, and we've came to an agreement that we're going to put a trail beside it. So they have their whole trail system is going to come down to that point. And since we're being the bridge there, we want to make sure that they have access to cross that at this point. So we're working on details on how that's going to go about. And we talked to the state of Indiana about maybe covering 80% of that cost. So,
Okay, Steve, I'm sorry, you said Bridge 123?
yep.
Okay, I have 161, 227, and 8, then, and inspections.
Keep going.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's like three back, I think.
Okay. Got it, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I was writing on another page, so.
And then we just got 139, which is the biggest bridge in the county besides the new overpass going in. It spans over, it's a long way. And it's over the Eel River down south. That one's not scheduled to be built until 2029. So that was the new one. Also, I'll send you out the breakout. When I send the equipment list, I'll also show you the breakdown of the Cume Bridge on what portions we have to pay of each bridge. So if you see like, Bridge 139 is $5 million, we pay 20% of that. The rest is reimbursable by the state of Indiana. But it also shows that breakout per year. So like when we do PE, like we might start spending 30, 40,000 a year just for engineering right off the bat. So it's not all going to hit at once. Construction will, but the other stuff right away. And construction inspection doesn't hit till the end.
Steve, is that a reimbursable fund, the 80/20?
Yeah.
Or is that reimbursed afterwards? And then do you get the architectural and engineering costs reimbursed also?
Mhm.
Okay.
Now,
So
the
if
only
you
one
do
that
it this
doesn't,
year,
the only one that doesn't is Bridge 9, because we were going to do that one on our own back in 2013. The cost came in for construction $1 million over budget
Yeah.
twice. So then we went for federal funding and got it, but we already had PE done. So Bridge 109 is just construction and construction inspection.
So you can't go back and capture that? Okay.
So Steve, each one of those bridge funds that you have a budget in there for are setting in the red now because money has been spent out. Am I correct in assuming that that is just coming out of maybe the county's general fund money? Because it's going to stay in the red until you get to that bridge, until
Correct.
you get money back.
Correct.
Okay.
So then some of those too, at the end of the year, then we'll square up on our portion that comes out of the Cume Bridge.
What you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have all the invoices and we have to go, there's a state form that we have to fill out and then we have to send it in. It's got to be spot on.
Okay.
And then when they send their money in, then we have our portion that we pay and we square up with that fund out of the Cume Bridge.
Okay,
Either-
so yeah, this shows that we started the year in red in most all of those.
Yeah.
So obviously, you've done other things, which is, I just wanted to be sure that that's kind of another consideration of money that's being spent, that you're accounting for it in your accounting, but in the broad picture of money, and it's not a lot, but we just need to understand that that's where the money's coming from. It's not a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Correct.
It's actually coming out of county money.
Any other questions for Steve? I mean, we kind of went over the increases and passed over the other fairly quickly.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you,
Good.
Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks for
Thank
being so
you.
proactive and also serving on the state ledge committee and all the extra things you do.
Gotta try to make it better.
Well, thank you, Steve. Anybody, does anybody need a brief break? Okay, community corrections. Barry.
Excuse me.
Good morning.
Hello, hello.
Morning, everybody.
you're up.
I'm up. Do you have questions?
Always.
Well, let's see here. I think you've noticed that in our community corrections user fee account, well, I don't know what order you guys have, so I guess I
Yeah.
should
Yeah,
probably
that one.
start with making sure I'm not going out of your order. Is that
You're
okay?
fine.
Yeah, we're at 11.
1122.
1122.
All right.
Yeah.
So you can see we, this year, tried to decrease some of the stuff, just trying to heed your encouragement and try to decrease when we can. So we did have some decreases there that I think you've seen. Other than that, I think that fund has stayed pretty consistent over the years, over the last few years.
Barry,
Yes.
could I ask you to speak in a microphone a little
Oh,
bit?
I'm sorry,
Getting
my
this.
fault. I'm not used to
Well, it's being recorded.
having the microphone in my face here, so. Would you like me to start over?
No.
No, just continue.
All right. Any questions on that account at all?
No, but I want to
Try to
thank you
keep it
for
simple.
sharpening your pencil and making deductions where you could.
I had to sharpen it a couple different times, but that's
Yeah.
all right. They must make pencils with cheaper lead nowadays.
Apparently.
Barry, I
so-
do have a question.
ma'am.
You have a balance there of $1.1 million. That's the cash balance in that fund. And that, am I right, is provided by user fees?
Yes, ma'am.
That's been being put in there.
Yep.
And your budget is less than $1 million, and you have $1 million. So one would anticipate over next year, you would collect enough money to fund your budget, and you'd still have $1 million at the end of '24 if all things were right in a perfect world. If you're there now, you will probably be there at the end of the year.
So I guess I'm not quite following you, but what I'm going to say is, so this year, or 2024, DOC, we had, in our, I'm jumping ahead, but to help answer your question, DOC, we got about $35,000 less for
Okay.
2024 in our grant, in our community corrections grant. And then we got approximately $10,000 less in our drug court grant. So we're gonna have user fees in 2024 that we're gonna use to help cover that difference. And then every year, we always budget the entire program out of that user fee account in an emergency preparation that if those grant funds were to ever go
You
away,
have the catchback.
we have that there too. So I know people see that big number, which it is, and I understand that, but it's there as a safekeeping.
No, I thought maybe you had a grandiose plan for, you wanted to build something, you
No,
wanted to do something
no,
creative with that
No.
money. Okay.
Not yet.
I have a question on your electronic monitoring.
Yes, ma'am.
And so how much of that have you spent in 2023 so far, do you know?
It's a good question that I don't have an answer for yet.
And-
I've been distracted this morning. My father was taken or my father-in-law was in the hospital with a heart attack, so I've just really got here this morning.
I'm
so I don't-
sorry.
I don't have that answer for you.
No, and the only reason I ask is because you have the money, I'm trying to figure out, like, where it could, I guess you would know best where it could be used, but we have, even at the 165,000, I'm trying to figure out where it's being, like, where could it be used? Because it has 0 in 2022 that was used. Okay, this is item number 31145. And so was that done by somebody else? Was that paid by another entity or something where we didn't spend any money? 'Cause I thought we've been doing those. Maybe we moved it from a different fund.
I don't know why that is zeros in 2022. I don't have an answer for you. I don't know that one.
In 2021 and in 2022.
2022.
Well, in 2021, because I'm looking at last year's budget, it was at 0 also. And so I'm trying to figure out, I know that we do that, don't we? Do electronic monitoring?
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out where
So-
it's coming out of.
Let me look over. So so again, that budget is, we budget all that. So in if you look at 9166 electronic monitoring, we do pay for that out of our grant. So that's just money in a line to be held there in case that money was to run out. So, 2022, I could look into that for you. I don't have an answer off the top of my head why it was zeros in 2022. But we do pay for the electronic monitoring fees out of the grant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you go even fast forward to Fund 9166, it's showing 00 also on 31142 for the electronic monitoring, the contract part at 165. So I'm just trying to figure out what we're actually paying for what, since it's always saying 0 in the prior year. Maybe you could just get back to us.
I just pushed the print button with this, so I don't know why it says zeros.
And you've had a hard morning, so
I
I'm
can look
sorry.
into that. I don't.
Because it's in,
Kim, can I, it would have been paid out of a previous grant that had a different number, so you
right,
don't have that figure.
I'm just trying to figure out which
Yeah.
number it was in.
It would have been paid out of the home detention grant in the
Right.
previous year,
Right,
but
but-
since we changed the number, you don't have that history.
Yeah, but, so wouldn't it have been in a prior year somewhere?
Well, it would have been in the grants, but the grants numbers change, and so you don't have that.
Every grant gets a
Every
new
grant
new
fund gets a new
number.
number.
Right.
Okay.
So the
Barry,
9166
father-in-law
would have been a
does.
different number. And so that expenditure isn't going to be on there.
Please. Cut him loose, please.
Oh, yes, if you, I
Barry,
mean,
please.
I think we've,
I think we're,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're good.
we're good. You've
Okay.
got other fish to fry.
No, so I just wanted to make sure we touch base on the problem-solving court, that you guys noticed there's a significant increase on 2506. The last 3 years, we've been blessed with a grant through the state that's been able to provide for our travel needs for our national conference. We used the last bit of that money this year. And so we did budget, obviously, a lot more for next year in hopes that we don't have to use it. I'm in 2506 for those of you who are
Okay.
searching there, I'm sorry. We'll be working on applying for a different grant for that this coming year, but we did budget a little bit more, or not a little bit, a lot more, so that we at least have enough there to send some of the players for drug court to the conference again in 2024, so.
Is that for the training and seminars, the 36003 line? Or what line are you looking at? Or,
Well, it looks like we had an increase in 31098,
okay,
32003, and 36003.
All three of us.
3603.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
Barry.
Thank you, Barry.
Barry,
Best
thank you.
wishes.
Any
Prayer,
other questions I can answer?
prayers for you
Okay.
and your
Yeah.
family.
All right, if there's more questions, and did you get your question answered, though? I mean, I can, but
I'll get with her.
I think that's probably the case. Those numbers change, and they don't transfer over to the new year, so.
I guess my question on that, I hate to like beat a dead horse, but it's that electronic monitoring is showing up on two different funds. Maybe you can.
It's
get-
the fallback. If he doesn't get it in the grant,
Yeah.
he's
Oh,
gonna pay
okay,
it
I
out.
gotcha.
And
Yeah,
they're on two
right.
different funds with 0
Okay,
from prior
I
year.
got it.
So you're going to tell us where it was last year.
All the years I've been here, the grant has paid for that electronic
Right.
monitoring fee, so
Okay. so-
Right.
that's the answer.
We
I
just
have.
wanted to know where it came from
Yeah.
before,
Okay,
how much we spent before, that's all.
yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you, Barry. Hope your
Thank
day
you
gets
All
better.
right, yep, thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks, guys, appreciate it.
thank you.
Have a good
Thanks so
rest of your
much.
day.
You
You
too.
too.
Probation, you're up. Morning.
Morning.
So actually, my user fee budget is the same amount. I just had to switch some things around. Probation no longer does home detention, so we zeroed that out. Community corrections does all that. The drug test fees, I increased 8,000. The reason being is they already increased our test from 984 a test to 1033 beginning July 1st. They were going to double it. We kind of negotiated with them not to. So,
Good.
well, I think it's going to gradually increase. They're just not going to do it all at once. So that's the reason for that. Plus, we're more people on probation. The judges want more people tested. So that's where that comes into play. I'm hoping to have enough to finish out the year, but, I mean, we can transfer from another one if we don't. We have enough in another account to finish out the year if we have to. And then I decreased the, something I decreased 1,000, the supplies. So basically, the budget is the same as last year as far as user fee.
Any questions?
Yeah, the part-time that you have,
Yes.
is that a clerical position? Is that
I
what you
believe
would
that's a
call it?
clerical position, and honestly, we've never used it. I thought maybe, we have, one of our receptionists is retiring this year, and I don't think I'll be able to, I thought maybe I could use that to help, she can help train the new person, but I don't know that that's gonna work out either, so. Well, it's just, yeah, it's just hard to find people. And she's retiring December 1st, so.
No, it's hard to find qualified
There you
people.
go, yes.
There's lots of people around.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Any further questions or discussions?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Short and sweet, great. Okay.
Now let's take a break. We're ahead of
Yeah, we
schedule.
can take a break now. We don't have anyone in the room. David, is it working better? Are we still being very quiet? Are you able to? So we just need to remind, okay. I need to remind them, yes.
I'm making notes.
Questions, comments?
Well, I'm trying to find the probation on the salary ordinance. Oh, it's in the courts.
It's,
No,
well,
it's-
it's in somewhere, I remember seeing it.
No, the salary ordinance,
Oh, okay.
because,
Well, there was a paper in here that talked about their salary, maybe it's. in the
no,
first-
that's their full-time. That's what they have to pay by state law. They are part of a different budget. They're part of Circuit and Superior. So why does she have part-time there? Adult probation users, there's 2 lines, there it is. So they are the too low, they are at the bare minimum, 1913 and 1465. So those are the ones that we're not putting into a bucket, because evidently that person's not doing the same as anything else in their department. But, I mean, we've got to get those wages up, those low ones.
And that's with your plan for this year, that's gonna help.
It should help get them higher so that
Hopefully it'll help fast enough.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but the more I think about it, I like that much better.
Well, if we can get them into a bucket on the chart,
Right. Yeah.
if we can get them into a bucket on the chart, then every year we don't have to revisit it. We just make the motion that whatever we're doing fits all the comments, right? And we're done. Well, I'm hoping that Reedy will come in, and we just need to say, Steve, we need to sit down. Yeah, we need to sit down, and actually what needs to happen is he and Debbie need to come into the auditor's office and sit down with Becky and let her show them where they are from. Because they're looking at something way different than what we're looking at. I mean, I sat with them yesterday and they kept throwing out figures, and I said, no, those figures aren't anything that's on anything here. I said, what you have to do is figure out what you have June 30th, figure out what your expected revenue is, figure out what your expected expenses are. That's gonna tell you where you're at the end of the year.
And they don't know that?
And the end of the year, then you add what you're expecting to take in 24 and what you expect to spend in 24, and that will give you your imbalance for 24. Well, that's what Becky's done, and that's where it says they have 270, whatever that figure is. And then, that didn't include the $800,000 additional appropriation. And I went back and looked at what cash money they actually had. And they have $128,000 in restricted money, and they have $3.2 million in unrestricted. Yeah, I also remember Debbie saying, well, I haven't moved a lot of money because I wanted to wait and see where we were. Well, if you're not moving money into that fund, that's probably why you had to do an additional appropriation in the other one, because you don't have any money in that fund.
And you actually mentioned that a couple meetings ago?
I certainly did.
Yes. Okay.
Nobody seems to.
So would it be best that we have a working session, some of us with them?
I think it's best that, yes, it would be best if he and Debbie sat down with you two and the auditor's office and figure it out and figure it out. And then, the other thing is then,
Okay, morning, Bob.
Good morning.
On to health department, everybody turn on your microphones. Please speak clearly into your microphones so everyone can hear. And we're ready to move forward with health department.
Okay.
You're on the hot seat.
My budget's pretty much the same as last year. I did some additions where I had to come in some months into the year and ask for transfer or appropriation additions. But basically, it's the same as last year. I had to ask for some more legal monies.
Is that part of that revitalization process?
It's part of that process.
Okay.
And there are some other regulations in the environmental area that
Okay.
occasionally, more than occasionally, will need some attorney assistance.
What number is that?
1159, the,
What number is that?
31002.
3102.
Hey, Bob, it was alluded to that you have a list of these projects that you're looking to revitalize the properties.
I have an initial list.
Could we have that, please, a copy?
Yeah,
We're not holding you to it. We'd just like to see what you're thinking.
I can get that for you.
Thank you.
I guess I have a question. I mean, I know Carrie briefly mentioned, about the new bill, that health bill. Will you be presenting another budget on that, or how are we going to be handling that?
Well, I haven't even, I handed my budget to them this week. And then I'm at, how you would like me to work that. This is a first time for everybody to get this kind of money. And I was assuming at some point, I'll be bringing that this fall before the,
Okay, so in other words,
Council.
maybe it'd be an additional appropriation, something outside of our budget time period. Is that what you guys are?
yes, the money is going, they already have the fund set up where that money will be going in January. And from then on, I will need a council permission to use, or however you want to organize that. But
I was just
the
curious.
the money will be in one fund.
Okay, I just didn't know what the process was.
So if the money's coming in January, if we took action on your budget in January as an additional appropriation, you could use it at that time. Was it your plan to hit the road running January 1? Or if it took 2 weeks for us, because we'd be 2 weeks in till our meeting,
Yeah,
would that be sufficient for you?
that would be sufficient, I'm
Okay.
sure.
and we're not even close to being aware of what the actual amount is at this point.
We know the amount,
You do know the amount.
$932,790
$932,790.
for the first year.
And we will get that entire amount in January?
That's my understanding. I
Okay.
asked that direct question to them, and that will come in one check.
But for purposes of this budget, we don't really have to worry about that at this point.
No,
Okay.
no.
So that's really good that they're not putting that money in the regular health fund, because that's what I was afraid they would wind
Yeah.
up doing with
No,
it. So
that
keeping
would
it
be-
separate makes much more sense.
Yeah, that would be very
Yeah,
confusing.
yeah. So I do have one thing. On his Board of Health, as I've been studying the board pay, his Board of Health is only paid $89.55 per meeting, and all the rest of them are paid $102.38. So when we work on that, that will be one of the things that we'll be adjusting. to get his board pay up to what every other board, the area plan, the zoning, the surveyors boards, just as a side note.
Any additional questions for Bob? Joni?
Yeah, he explained the first one fine.
I was gonna say-
Moving on beyond that.
I was gonna say, yeah, that first one was just the legal services, since it's in another category. So basically, it's the same service, but now it's gonna be in two departments. The revitalizing.
Oh,
31002, so
the new
we've got
account.
another $7,500 going into the
Okay,
same,
yes,
same fund as another department has.
yes.
Okay.
And of course, local health maintenance, as we've known it for, since I've been here for a long time, is going away for the people that take this larger funding. That will no longer be available to them.
And that is
So-
1168.
Yes, and that will be,
Okay.
and we got our last check for that the 1st of July. And that's to use until December 31st.
So the 8/1/23 balance of that account is 303,464.
Yes, that's what's built up over a period of, well, about 36 years.
And you can continue to spend it out of that fund until, as long as you're using it for the
Yes.
same appropriate things. So that looks like you
Yes.
could have maybe 2 more years out of, after 24, if there's 300,000 there now. Should be close, 2 years anyway.
Yeah, because a lot of the things I switched over to this other money.
So I would
So-
think at the beginning of the 25 budget preparation, then you'd look at what the balance was and appropriate out whatever you can out of that to meet whatever else there is left, because you're going to have a balance there. You don't want it to just sit there. So I just spend it down. The same is true with that next one, 1206, is the other one that's going away.
Yeah,
And that one has an $18,000 balance right now.
yeah.
206, you're saying?
1206.
1206, yeah, 1206.
So, Bob, if that only has 18,916 and you're not going to get any more money, I don't know that you can support that $65,000
No,
there. So you may,
I put that entire amount in the Health First Indiana budget.
okay.
Okay,
That's the new bill.
that's, okay.
That's
got
the
it,
new,
Okay.
Got it.
I did not put the benefits, but I put the entire salary in there. It's a core use of that fund, so I don't think those will be questioned.
Okay. Any more questions for that one? Comments? Okay. 1206 is the next fund.
That's the one.
That's one
You
we're
just
on.
talked about.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still back, okay.
4014.
All right, 4014. That's basically the same.
Yes, that's
that was
our
the-
Medicaid reimbursement monies.
$8905. Looking at a increase there, it appears. Questions or comments on that one?
Is money still coming into that fund, Bob?
It's not coming in, but we had so much money originally from the COVID, and they kept allowing us to continue doing immunizations, and they would give us money to do it.
So as of
I always put in for those funds.
Okay,
And
yeah.
that's what's left of them.
Okay, well, as of 8/1/23, it shows the cash balance to be 35,965. So you may not have enough to
Yeah.
fund that full amount. But you only put it in for testing anyway, so in case they come back and say, turn it on.
Yeah,
So you've only got what you've got to spend, so I think that's
Yep.
okay.
So you're not currently doing testing though, right?
no,
Okay.
not currently.
Are you still doing vaccines?
COVID vaccines,
Yes.
if people ask, we can do that.
Okay.
But it's very rare.
I just
One or
wondered.
two every couple months right now.
Okay, thank you.
Unless the new variant takes foot.
Yeah, and boy, you're hearing more and more about it. I hope not.
Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Bob.
Bob.
Any additional questions or comments?
Congratulations on the Indiana First funding.
That's right.
That's
And-
exciting.
And thanks for working hard on it.
Yeah, I end in the budget, probably hand it in tomorrow.
Are you excited?
I'm glad it's done.
Yeah, I feel your pain.
Next year's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Bob.
You're still ahead of
It's not
schedule.
working. My live camera's.
better off.
I think we're ready to get started again.
I think you can take your phone in there. Maybe you can answer the question. So with regard to
Kim went that way. I think she's watching radar.
ordinance, like it's gonna change anything. You just can't record or tape anyone, or take pictures.
Kim Cates, are you in the building? Oh, okay. Okay, we ready to go?
Turn your microphone on, Brad.
And speak into the microphone.
Yeah, please speak in the microphone, so.
You can move it closer to you.
All right.
Kim, yours is turned off.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, go ahead and
Present.
Oh,
present.
all right. Thank you. I've never done this before. All right. I was ready for questions. Okay, you've seen our projected budget for 2024. I meant to signal to this council and respect your process by being modest in our requests in the 3,000s in a couple different categories. The signal I wanted to give to you was how important the new positions are to us. So we have requests for a legal secretary. Two of them, one would be assigned to the front office that deals with the public. The other one would be assigned to the investigative division. When I first put in for these positions in March through the wage committee, I was 8 weeks into office and just looking through the efficiency of what we're doing. I felt that both of those were necessary. In the meantime, our investigative division with Katie Hampton and Jody Hill has been working hard on their efficiency, and I've got to tell you, I'm really pleased with the way that that's come around. We are getting cases filed on time now. We're not letting people out of jail on recognizance release. Everyone's posting a bond. I say everyone, most everyone is posting a bond unless there's good reason not to. We have caught up in that division. So I think the two positions are, well, I'll just be candid with you. One is necessary, two would be nice. But we absolutely have to have a person up front. I've printed some statistics for you. Tony, if you can pass these around, please. This is from a survey done by the Department of Justice.
Bureau of Statistics that surveyed prosecutors' offices around the country to find staff ratios between attorneys and non-attorney professionals. The average among the nation is 1.1 support staff for every attorney. We have 0.66. So we have 4 staff supporting 6 attorneys in our criminal division. It also recommends 1 investigator for every 3.5 attorneys. We have 1 investigator for 6. So we are, I think, understaffed by our non-attorney professionals. And when I presented to the Wage Committee in March, I put together this packet. I don't know if it's been distributed to you. We can do that after the meeting if you like. But I wrote my letter and I was very careful with it. And I hope passionate in my argument because this is really important to us. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the other things. Mostly what we've done in the budget is Trish, everyone knows Trish Smith, I hope. She's our office manager with me here today. Trish went through and found transfers that we've made this year, and so we just reconciled our budget with things that we spent last year with offsets. And I did make a few, I said the word modest, I hope you agree with me, but modest increases in things like conferences and the travel expense that would go along with that. My idea is that I would like to have more of our staff participate. I say staff, I mean our non-attorney professionals participate in more conferences, more education. And so most of the increases have to do with that. We've also found that, and kind of had to wrench these into categories. We have court reporter services and state witness fees. What we found are a couple things. Number one, we find that we're having to do more translations when we go to court, and so we have to have an official court document that's admissible as evidence. We have to have a certified translation, which costs money. For our own purposes, we have some Linda Giusti and Julia Fugate are bilingual. So just for our internal stuff, we have them interpret for us and sometimes even write interpretations or type them. But when we have to go to court, we have to have a certified document. Now, I will tell you that Judge McGrath and I have engaged in healthy negotiation. What I mean by that is that we bicker over who has to pay for these, who has to pay for the translation services when we go to court, because that also includes live translators when we come in, who translate for a defendant, for state's witnesses, and sometimes for the court. Frequently, if it's going to be a so-called long trial, you have to get 2 because our translators are real-time. So they're listening and speaking at the same time like the United Nations used to do, right? But they can't go forever. So they can only go for a couple hours at a time, and we don't want to have to stop court for that. So we have to have 2 come in. And so that gets really expensive. And we have, the judge and I have negotiated this. And then you'll see also state witness fees increase. We are focusing on the relatively new statute about dealing drugs causing death. That requires, for us to be able to prove it, requires an autopsy, which requires a forensic pathologist, which requires money to pay them. I'm also working with law enforcement departments and the coroner to share those costs. So we've talked outside of this council. I would expect a budget increase. I haven't talked to the coroner, but I would expect that he would ask for an increase in that amount too. And I'm happy to answer any of the questions you have.
I have a couple questions. One, the books and reference material, what are you using to replace that, since it really wasn't used in '23 and you dropped like, I'm just trying to find out, do you pay that at the end of the year because it's still in the budget for 4,000? And then my second question is, you only raised your state witness fee not even twice what you paid through June. And so wouldn't that make sense to raise that more to 7,000 or 8,000 instead of just 6? Because you're at 3318 already for the item 32013. I guess I'm just looking at it objectively to try and see the numbers.
I agree with you, Cam. This is another thing that I would expect Judge McGrath and the other judges will ask for increases. because I thought at the beginning of the year when we were making our budget, that we had endured some extraordinary circumstances first of the year. And that's why I came in a little low on that. I thought, because the judges and I are still working together over who pays for these translation costs and all that, that they may increase their budgets also and that I wouldn't have to. And, you know, we have successful bickering going on too. But I appreciate the thought. We had, I think, a witness from California we had to bring out and put up a couple days here in hotels and things because we didn't know when he would testify, and we didn't want to take any chances on the long travel from Orange County, California, to get him here. We brought a witness in from New York, upstate New York, which requires expense. So I thought those were a couple extraordinary expenses that we don't normally see, and we haven't seen them in years. But that happened at the first part of this year. We have one case, I think, Trish, what was it? Do you remember when we had we negotiated the translation cost? The negotiation still ended up in us paying $5,000 or something for the translators. Yeah.
Wow.
And we've also taken steps to try to mitigate those costs. You had two questions. Did I answer both of them?
Well, I think maybe the books and reference materials that were paid out so in 2020, it looks like we paid like $4,100. And since then, we really haven't paid out anything. And it's probably like a tangible book versus maybe an online service. And so I'm wondering if that kind of transferred over to the dues and subscriptions line.
It did, Kim, and what I've done is I've gone through and surveyed people on, you know, because we have actual books that come in.
Right.
And so I survey people and I said, do you actually use these? And is there anything in these books that you can't get online? And when the answer to that is I can get it all online, we cut our subscription. And we just do the online stuff. So to the extent, I think to answer your question, we transferred some of that to, once again, trying to wrench expenses into line items. But I think Trish I can defer to Trish on that also. She suggested that amount for us in the budget. You have to turn your mic, oh, you have it. I think in general that answers your question.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're moving from.
Pretty
hard
much from the
copies.
hard copy books
Yeah,
and to, yeah.
And the cost of the subscription to the online services has gone up. That's why we asked for that increase. And we have a lot of software that we use that we have to pay for. For instance, skip trace stuff for child support. We're trying to find someone who's disappeared. I read the council decorum rules today. It said nothing about coffee, so I brought my coffee cup.
Well,
We would never run it out, and we may be running out too.
you're in good company.
Okay, we ready to move to the next one?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to 0022 for the Fund 1000 0022.
To Title 40.
Title 4D.
Oh, 4D.
Yeah.
So how'd you cut your postage?
Yeah,
In a
but-
third?
Okay, so when we were making the budget, oh gosh, I'm losing my acronyms. Child support was moving to their, can't remember the name. They were moving to their new software program that's supposed to have been statewide. And that software program would have allowed social media email communication between parents and our division. But of course, that software blew up, and they have delayed implementation indefinitely now. So we were hoping that we could stop sending postage mail and start communicating better by software, but that didn't work out. So I might have to revisit that at some point.
So in
We'll
other
talk
words,
about
that,
it.
do you think that reducing it by 3,000 is something you should do, or?
Probably not. I think we
if you-
offset it with something.
Yeah, if you look at 2022, they hardly used half of their.
Okay, so you
but-
think the
And
number
then-
we have is sufficient?
I
Yeah.
believe so.
Okay.
And I think we've only used 2258 or,
Yeah.
2558, so I think we're going to be okay.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
any more questions or comments on that one? Let's move forward. 11:48. Looks like a lot of cuts across the board there.
You'll have to direct me.
Okay.
K-code.
Oh.
He doesn't.
Everything's just been transferred, Mike.
Yeah.
It's a total amount that they budget
Yeah.
until they come back in, like, I don't know, October, in October, maybe they come back in and break it down and put it
Oh.
into these buckets. Because they only give what they get, and they base their budget for this year on what they took in last year, so they don't overspend.
Okay,
It's just a pass-through.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Over to 2503 then.
Well, moving right along.
Can I ask a question? That's just sort of off track, but not. Under your K code, are there any rules about people holding multiple positions within the K code? So they're getting paid for multiple things at the same time?
Tell you the truth, Joni, Dan Hampton's still our representative for the K-Code, and he's the one who put this budget together. If there's I think the vulgar term is double dipping, right? I've not heard of any double dipping going on in K-Code, but I might not have.
I think that there are some roles that are played by similar people. So that, I think that that was what brought the question.
Some people have indicated to me that a person can hold and does hold multiple positions within the K code, so I would respectfully request someone check into that.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, 2503. That looks, no changes. Any questions?
I'll make a note.
Okay, then over to 2504. No changes, no questions or comments on that one? Okay. 4957. Essentially no changes. Any questions or comments? $88.97. The same. Any questions or comments? Well, that was too easy.
Oh, come on. I'll challenge you next year. I'm still a rookie.
Okay, wait,
You didn't really want to challenge.
policing?
Community policing is a fund that we use to, it's almost, we treat it almost as a grant fund for police officers to send them to conferences. They apply to us and we say yes or no. That also goes for equipment sometimes, drug testing materials, things like that. But they come to us and we say yes or no on that. We use that to spread out among police.
So Brad, which one of these funds are the ones that, whatever the budget is, we have to leave the budget as it is? It's not K-code. Is there another one? Because it seems like Dan used to always say, this budget
Oh.
is what it is.
We were not chosen for that, I think, in 2024. Is that the
No,
special?
that was a senior hub grant,
Senior
Oh.
hub.
and you are doing it.
By the way, we weren't fired,
Well-
we quit.
You were
Oh, you
what?
didn't?
We weren't fired, we quit.
I was just saying, wait a minute, but what I meant, what we chose not to do it because
Right, we
we couldn't, we
chose
weren't
not to
using
do
it.
it,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, I think that we
Yeah.
chose
It
not
seemed
to
like it
do
was
it.
some other kind of a grant, though, that he said, I understand a grant usually tells you, you got to pay this. this,
Are you
this,
talking about the VOCA grant maybe? The,
That must be what, yes,
okay.
yes.
Yeah, probably that.
Okay.
And the grant is the grant.
Yeah,
Okay.
So we'll run that through the normal grant procedure, permission from commissioners and come to you for oversight and funding.
And evidently VOCA is very slow to pay.
I don't know that.
yes,
Trish would know. VOCA?
Because,
yes.
I don't know, I'm probably not going to
Because
find
I
it
think
here
other
quick, but,
nonprofits get that, don't they?
I mean, it's had a negative balance.
Sue Ann?
And that's the,
Sue Ann?
Uh-huh.
The VOCA grant is only partially funded by the grant, and then at the end of the year, I think the pretrial diversion fund makes up
Okay.
the difference.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
and I think VOCA is one where you have to apply, get the money before you can apply for the next session. So a lot of times it's very much in arrears. But just from other nonprofits that I'm on, that particular grant is in arrears a lot.
Are we done?
I do have one more plea if I do before we leave, but Sam, we did have these bound things to the Wage Committee. Do those exist somewhere, or should I recreate them and send them to the council, or maybe you don't want them?
I think Rhonda probably has copies.
Okay.
She can probably provide them.
All right.
She can get to us.
All right, so we did have we have a bound
Well,
copy
you-
that has attachments and everything for our wage request, but when I began today, I told you that we had increased our efficiency, and two positions would, one is necessary, two would be nice. And so what I'm asking is this: if this council comes back and only gives us one, the reason we've become more efficient is because we've utilized part-time work more. And so we will be coming to you for a significant increase in our part-time budget for this year if one position is declined.
Okay.
Okay?
Which one? You said one of the two, so do you want with paralegal or without? If it comes down to that.
Well, one was, actually Suann's better than this, but they're both under the same wage line, I think.
Yeah, that's,
Interesting.
Yeah, they're both under the same wage line. So our idea was one for the investigative division and one for our upfront division.
Yeah.
So
So
the one
the
that we really
invest-
need is the one for upfront.
And I guess
Okay, so
my,
the upfronts.
my concern is if we're 1 to 6 already, I guess I have an issue with efficiency, and I just hope that we look at it objectively.
so under your part-time, I do have another question. Under your part-time, the 11301 is all ran through one line, and we don't have it set out by various different wages. And so you have 2138 is what's being paid by the hour. 2138 is what one of your part-time positions cover. And we're trying to get the part-time pay to correlate back to the same as the Comet charts do. So if you've got a girl who's working here, and you have a girl who's working here, this one is full-time, this one is part-time, they're both going to make the same wage. Obviously, the one that's full-time has many more gratuities, benefits that go with it. But in order to treat people fair, and if we could get those all into a bucket, then we wouldn't have to go back and say, well, part-time needs to be this, this, and this. When we got ready to budget, we would say that's a Comet 1, a Comet 2, whatever, and at their years of service, and we'd be done with it. And so that person, and it looks like you maybe have two people that are being paid out of that same bucket. So are they doing the same job? Are they doing different jobs?
Generally, they're different jobs, and the range would be anywhere from an individual that has multiple experience to, we tend to pay high school and college
Okay.
kiddos part-time.
Okay.
So we feel the experience depends on, what we've offered to pay as an hourly rate. So it's up to that 21, whatever the high amount is in that bucket.
Let me,
And
Does that
when
include like
was,
your summer interns?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
and when was the last time you had hired administrative support?
11 years.
so Trish, where that blue dot is,
And we've added 2 new attorneys
and
since
then
then.
there's names penciled in there. You don't have to say the names, but, yeah.
Yes, so the Whitaker would be a seasoned
Okay,
employee.
okay, that's what I need.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Nothing further? Thank you,
Thank you
Brad.
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Trish. Brad, have a good day.
Better now, right?
And you're up. Good afternoon, good day. Oh, still good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Ann.
present.
Yes.
Right here, sorry. Fancy, different than the ones I use across the street. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I can. You can.
You might need to pull it up a little bit, honey.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Okay, so the first one is the aid account. We made some deductions this time period. We are down 2 more additional staff members. We had, when I first started as clerk, we had 20 girls, and now we're down to 13. So over time, we've reduced our numbers greatly. So
So they won't need to be replaced?
at this time, no. Unless the courts change their rules and laws, we're running efficiently without them.
Okay.
Okay, now you have to remember that Ann's been there a long time, but the more recent numbers, 2018 to today, she's given up 6 employees in the office because of efficiencies, I do believe.
Efficiencies
Thank
and
you.
different- and different software.
Yeah,
And there was
different
some
software.
change.
Different
Yeah,
software.
well, the change in the who's doing what.
Yeah,
made a
yes.
big difference.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Which makes it so Brad has to have an extra person.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like
We
it.
or
We're
two,
trading.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
trading.
he
That's
took,
right.
yeah, he took over some of our responsibilities. And then, let's see. I did decrease my legal services, down. I don't really technically use them for my clerk side, it's more my election budget, but they're there just in case I need Adam for anything that, I know one year we had a lot of issues with marriage license and things that we relied on Chad a lot, so it's nice to have it in there. And then I didn't realize when I did the one that's highlighted, the dues and subscription, it's $565, I round up just in case they increase it. And I didn't realize I didn't do that in the years prior, so I apologize for that.
On to 0012.
Okay, this is our election board budget. I did make an increase in some, because next year's election size is going to be, we anticipate, compared to past elections, quite significant. We are, as we went to vote centers, we reduced the number of poll boards that we need from 63 to 22, but we still need to staff them a little more efficiently. We've learned that there's been a little bit of lines in the polls. So we did increase our election board judges. The pay increase on the absentee voter board in the office is in case we have to have since we went to vote centers, we have to have a satellite voting center. Usually they're here, so now we have to have one out on the field. So it's just to make sure we have them properly manned there. I did decrease legal services again. I don't use Adam enough. I'm hoping that I won't need to because of I'm still dealing with the 2020 election when it comes to what Adam's working on for me, so in that area. Again, any increase to the election poll board is just to make sure we're staffed properly for next year's election. The ballot, they're reducing the cost on that, so I did decrease that there. And the data plan also decreased. We made it high because we weren't sure how it was going to go. I was going to give it a few years to get used to what we're paying for that, and so we were able to decrease it. Any questions?
Other equipment, took it to 0.
Okay, that was actually a transfer and appropriations to that. It was to pay for printers for our voting equipment. So it wasn't there, it's never been budgeted before. It was just to make sure we could pay it. We paid it out of the proper account, so I had to transfer money into there.
Is that the little printing
Yeah,
things
those
from the
little-
machine
yeah.
add-ons? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so now you are fully equipped with all that you need for the elections with no further
Yes, and then
anticipated
we
dates.
are waiting delivery of the new cases for our voting machines, along with the additional VVPAT machines. Those are those that box. We're waiting for the additional of those. Those are paid for by the Secretary of State's office. And the new cases that house the machines together is also paid for by the state. So no, at this time, the only additional money I'll pay, which I have in my budget, is to pay for the recycling of the current cases that we use.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Voter registration, all I use out of that is postage on there. Most people register at the BMV or online, so I don't need to use the registration card account any longer. We, on the, are you the 1119, the clerk's document storage? Okay. Storage, I'm going to keep it at 6,000. It's also not just storage, but then if we request records, we just don't know how many we need. They scan them and send it to us. So there's a cost per fee. This is funded completely by court costs and fees that we collect in our office. And the others I took to zero. We scan records now, so our books are not being utilized as frequently so they don't have the wear and tear that they had before. I no longer have a computer program that I have to maintain, and training is very specific on storage, document preservation, so that doesn't really happen as often, so I didn't need that fund there.
And you do have a really healthy balance in that fund.
Yeah.
August 1st, it was 374,000 plus, so.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and it's very hard to use that money now,
Yeah.
especially now that we're paperless, there really isn't anything that I can use it for other than storage. And the 4D incentive fund, this is salary. It supplements one of the salaries. I believe I'm at 30%. This pays 30% of the employee's wages. And in my clerk's budget, the aid account, the county pays the other difference.
Any questions or comments for Ann?
Well, thank you for doing
Thanks,
such a
Ann.
great
Yeah,
job.
thanks,
You're
Sam.
welcome. Thank you.
For keeping a very sharp pencil.
Yeah. Sue Ann, did I clear up your question yesterday about the election day, the difference between the two?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I brought the
Very much.
paper just so I can refer to it. I
Thank
just
you
wanna
very
make
much.
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
Ann.
You too.
Another break.
We could do council. We could go ahead and,
Say what?
we could go ahead, since he's not here, we could do council.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you want to attack it now? Council budget?
Oh, I think so. It
Yeah.
won't take
Okay.
us.
Fairly simple.
Blue. Oh, wait, here he
Oh,
is.
there he is.
Never mind.
Okay, change that.
Saved by the
There
bell.
he is.
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Wow, it's still morning. Please speak clearly into the microphone. We are recording your session.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Mike. Present.
I'm
Please.
presenting, okay. I think probably start with just the budget items. We're having a number of what we call joint board meetings. They're county-regulated drains that go across county lines. So we have to form what's called a joint board. And those tend to be a little bit more expensive because we're paying two members from another county, paying the mileage, paying for the meeting, and then also a fifth board member from another county unrelated to the ditch we're working on. And so those tend to be a little bit more expensive. We also have to advertise in 2 newspapers instead of 1. So that's, I think, reflective on the drainage board increases. Also, legal, if I have to talk to an attorney, anytime you have a joint board, the chances of that happening seem to increase, so. I think that, and then the other thing would be my drainage Board Secretary Krista will be retiring at the end of the year. And I'm working hard to get somebody in there so Krista can start training her from about October on. But there's a lot of things that happen. I think Rhonda can attest to this when it comes time for getting ready for tax time. There's a lot of things our office has to do, and Krista feels like she really needs to teach her on the fly in January and February and March. So that was my call, not Krista saying that. But so I'd like to have Krista come back part-time. I forget what my hours were. Yeah, but it would be in a part-time manner. We're thinking about $25 hours a week at the same pay she's getting right now, pending any changes to that salary, of course, through the budget hearings. So that's the additional. We did something like this when Sue Gladio was retiring. Amy, who stepped in for Sue, is doing an amazing job, and I will be looking for someone to take Krista's spot now, so.
Is that, what line item is that? Is that the 11,301 part-time?
I was afraid you're gonna ask me that. Yes. 11,301, yes.
Okay.
The part-time.
That's Krista.
Where is Krista paid from now?
That's that.
No,
Drainage Board
11,301.
Secretary.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, 11,080, okay.
Correct.
But you're wanting to move her to part-time if,
No, he's wanting to add part-time.
Yeah, because I'll be hiring somebody to come in and be the Drainage Board Secretary, a new person.
Okay.
And then Krista would be the part-time. I'm looking for her line right now. It sounds like you got it.
8-3.
Yeah.
Is where Krista is now.
Yeah, Drainage Board Secretary claims.
Or you're gonna hire that person to replace Krista, and then you wanna move Krista to 11301.
Yes, ma'am.
And you want to do that in January when Krista's going to retire, but was your plan to hire somebody yet this year?
Yes,
Because you don't
because
have any money
We
in
do.
place.
We do. In our budget for this year, we have a part-time this year too.
6,500.
6,500, yeah.
Okay,
Starting in October, we probably.
okay,
yeah.
okay, I just wanted to be sure you were
Yeah,
covered.
and if that part-time person works out, then we'll hopefully move them on to
Great.
full-time, but, and we're going to, it'll come before the wage committee. Back when I did this, what would that be, a year ago? The pay was like $14.23, and we're going to keep the same amount of money, possibly try to up the pay. We just won't have as many hours I can use her, so.
What we're trying to do with part-time is if Susie sits here and does this, and Janie sits here and does this, and they're doing the same job, they're gonna make the same hourly rate.
Okay.
We're gonna pick it out of the comment chart and say they fit in this with so many years of service and move on from there.
That's what I was told, and I'm all for that,
Yeah.
because
It will
that'll,
simplify things for everybody.
yeah,
I
it
think.
gets us up to like 1926, which I think I can maybe get a part-time person at that.
Yeah.
So,
So your goal is to hire a part-time person to move into Krista's spot full-time?
yes,
So you're really looking to hire full-time?
I am, but I can only, right now, and that's the problem, as you know, hiring somebody part-time and say, hey, but hang on, because you can be full-time
Or
and get no
probationary?
benefits for 60 days or whatever. It's kind of a tough sell, but yeah.
Okay, earlier today, we had a discussion with Carrie about some major reconstructs coming up. He requested, can you elaborate
Sure,
on any of that?
yeah, absolutely. We have two big we have one big project and one smaller project. One of them involves the Napanee. It's a joint board that drains from their industrial park at the west side of town and drains down into our county, kind of through the Amish community. And that's going to be a pretty large project. We're still working on our estimate, but it looks like it's going to be right around $400,000 for that project. We have large tile, 30-inch tile. It's going to be a big project. And then also, we have a small one on State Road 19, north of Etna Green. It's the Danner Ditch, and that one's running about $104,000. So right there is $504,000 for, and the Danner will probably happen this year, potentially. If not, it'll be in the spring. The Burkholder, the one around Napanee, that's going to happen in 2024, probably towards the latter half.
And the Danner is the Klotz portion that's been on the table for a long time.
No, that's the Danner. Is that what you said?
That's the
I'm
Klotz.
sorry, yes.
That's for
yeah,
Klotz.
That's all
Yeah,
done
yeah.
now.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, and when I say done, it's the hearing, it was okayed.
Right.
Now we're ready to do it, yeah. So anyways, right now we sit, and you guys probably know this, but we have about $418,000, or $415 maybe it is, in our general drain fund available to me right now. Of course, that changes every 2 weeks.
Right.
But we're in pretty good shape. In 2015, we had $15,000 in the general drain fund, so here we are today, so, yeah.
So if we move that 250 as the commissioners requested, then that would set you up to be able to just process the projects as they come in.
Yeah, we shouldn't have any problem because that 504,000 with what we have now, if the council does appropriate that money, it should go smoothly. And even with the projects I have scheduled, I shouldn't say from 2024 to 2026, I can see about another $250,000 worth of reconstructions. That's 3 smaller ones, not real big ones. We should be in good shape. And then after that, I've got about 4 on my list. If the next surveyor decides to continue on with that, or the drainage board, we should be in good shape.
So you're really getting worked through the reconstructive parts that have always, the last 10 years.
Has been on our list.
Right.
Yes, we are making some good progress now,
Okay.
so.
Good job, Mike.
Any additional questions for Mike? Comments?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
We kind of skipped the last 2,
Okay,
didn't
you
we?
want to, you want to do council quick?
Yeah, you want to try
Where are we?
blue?
Oh, I see us.
Okay, essentially what I did there is look at last year expended, 23 adopted, and made some very minor adjustments.
I don't think we should take it down as far as the travel and meetings, only because last year we ran out of funds and people were not reimbursed.
Okay, so
So I would say that for 32004 for the meetings, I would say leave it alone, because we weren't, I was told we were at our limit last year, so.
Okay, well, there's also money in the recorder's fund for
That we-
education, and she put in $5,000 for the council into that fund.
Okay, then I remove my suggestion.
So go ahead and leave all those funds the same, the way he did them.
okay. Thank you, council.
We should go to area plan next.
Area plan, that's going to be really.
Yeah, we're almost done.
noticed that.
Well, the company that were their web host, they were bought out by another. So the company B bought out company A, they tried to transfer everything over to the server. It didn't go well. And we're like one of 14 companies that were affected. And that included the what app. The website works.
Yeah.
The website doesn't work too. So, but yeah, the company bought out the other company.
Hello?
Good morning, Matt. You're up.
Yep,
All right.
microphone on.
How are you
Oh,
guys?
it is on.
Good, how are you?
Not too bad.
Super.
Yes, sir.
Present, please.
All right. So, our budget, for the most part, is staying the same. We did look for an increase in two different sections. One is our legal services, and legal services are always difficult for us. It's a moving target. I know it depends on what kind of appeals we have, what kind of enforcement actions we have. Right now, we have two appeals that are going to be coming up fairly shortly in the courts, so we've got bills running on those two, depending on how long those would stretch. Additionally, we've been working on a lot of our enforcement, things that we've been talking about recently, even with the revitalization, trying to work on cleaning up. There's always cleanup has to be done, but that does take time and money, and unfortunately, those aren't quick resolves a lot of times. So it means a lot of cases, a lot of trips back to the courts. So that's the legal services. The other section we looked at an increase was in our training and seminars. That's a twofold of why we are looking for an increase there. One was we do have a new assistant planner, great to say. With that, we want to try and make sure he's getting the proper training through the flood program. He's coming in, getting to our flood association conference every year. At the same time, I feel it's important that we have more than just one person in the office who understands the changes that may occur through the time. You know, I hope he's here as long as I have been, but if not, we want to make sure that gap's filled too. The other side of it is we also want to get more actively involved with the the Indiana Planning Association, which we were for years. We had dropped out for a while, but I want to try and get back into that, try and look at alternatives. So they have a conference, that's where the additional costs would come in. So those were the only two changes we're looking for through our budget.
I would applaud you for that,
Yeah.
because I'm pretty big on training and
Yeah.
education, and
Yeah.
that is a plus. So,
Totally.
Thank you.
So,
When
so
I look at that amount that you put in it, I'm thinking, is that
Yeah.
even enough?
yeah, I was
And
gonna say,
that's-
is that enough?
Conferences, the fees keep going up. I'm hoping it is. It'll depend on a lot what happens next year with both those associations, if they do. I think we've got some other money we may be able to move around depending on when they fall and how. If not, you know, I hate to ever come back to you guys for more, but if it needs to be, then we'll. Otherwise, we'll just adjust for next year and then look to the next year and try and make those proper adjustments.
As you're looking to the future for it in San State, I mean, training is very important.
Yeah.
And I'm big in education, as you all know, and I just think every department ought to be.
So I have a question
Yes.
back on item 31002, which is your
Yep.
legal service. You've already spent 17,000 in 2023.
Yep.
Do you think 30 is going to be enough, or 31, or do you think you need to take it to 35? And 31001?
Yeah, he's only spent 9,952.
31,002.
Oh, okay.
002.
Yeah.
31002, you've spent 17,532.
Yes.
So my question is, are you sure you've budgeted enough? And that's my first question. And the second question is, so you're paying part of the revitalization type admin legal fees, which is like going to be the third set of where this is going to be appropriated to, because we have like multiple revitalization.
Right. So when I mentioned that, we're not actually pulling out of another fund for that. That's just our enforcement of our zoning ordinance regarding unlicensed vehicles, junk properties.
Right.
Those type of things. So,
But the junk properties has already been in two separate.
Right.
So this is just in addition to those other two departments?
yes, we're staying on top of that and I'm going to say trying to keep that it's a non-winning battle some days, but trying to. In terms of if it's enough, I hope it is. I hope it's more than enough, because that means we're not in court over there spending more money than we need to on taxpayers' dollars to try and get
You've kind of
enforcement.
spent some extra time over there this year. If I remember right.
We did. We had some cases that were rolling over that we were catching up. We actually had 2 large appeals that kind of came through that we didn't expect. And that happens. That
From
we get
several
blood-
years ago, wasn't it? From like
was one that
3 or
was-
4 or 5 years? Yeah,
It was
okay,
stretching on
got
for a
it.
couple of years, exactly. And that one, those are the unseen ones I wish I could plan for. But
I just want to
I
make
just-
sure you had enough.
yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to tell you as far as like the legal fees for the different things for the revitalization. Each department is doing different things, and that's why. So like the health department,
Right.
the actions that they're going to be taking will not be the same as the actions that the area planning commission would be taking on that same property.
Yep.
So
Correct.
that's why it's showing up in different departments.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No additional questions or comments?
What about your non-appropriated? I'm just curious.
Not appropriate. I'm sorry, Joan.
It's not on your budget, but on the second page you have,
The non-appropriate, I'll be honest, I don't know much about that fund. It's not a fund we ever use, that I know of. And-
well, there's $300
$300 that was
expended.
spent.
Becky might be able to.
Yes,
answer.
That would be if they had to refund
oh.
one of your fees, that
thank
would
you,
come out
Joan.
of
Yeah,
that.
thank you, Becky.
So
I
it's not
apologize.
budgeted, but he's had to refund probably 2 permit fees or something for
Gotcha.
$300. That's what that is.
Thanks.
Anything further?
All right. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank
Matt.
you.
Thank you very much. I hope
Good
it goes
afternoon.
just as quick for everybody else.
Thank you.
That way you guys get out of here.
Yeah.
Have a great
Thank
day.
You too.
You too.
Wow. Can you believe this?
Oh, yeah, because it didn't take this long.
Yeah.
That's my whole point. What do you mean, could have did it in a day?
Yeah.
What, Daryl's moving? No, I'll just mark on these.
And just a heads up, everybody, I've been having a hard time hearing even me sitting over here.
Can we turn up the sensitivity anymore?
It's all
Really?
to the top. It is a fact that if you're not sitting close enough to it, or I'm having a hard time hearing Kathy. But yes, like when you mentioned Tony to speak a little, I had a hard time hearing Brad. Just the tone of his voice is softer, so if you do speak, if you could sit a little closer, to it, or.
I think since we're so close up here, it's,
Yeah, otherwise.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but if you move it to the side, but move it to the side where you're speaking. Because if you don't, because like Kim has hers on that side, she's looking at people over here. She's talking this way.
I'm kind of messed up.
Well, you people that are sitting there, that's pretty cool, but we people, we people on the end.
Right.
Basically, you mind.
It's been a couple of years, so I'd have to go back and revisit that.
No, because they're always going.
Open mic moments. And then another side note for you guys, I didn't get a chance to say anything before, but parking, you,
Turn on your microphone there when you're ready to speak.
That's right. We've got a very new office, so this is our new employee that's in charge of the office, Melinda. And
Hi, Melinda.
Thank you.
she took over for Darcy and is running the show day to day, so.
Doing my best. This one?
It's on.
Now you're off.
Yeah, we've been struggling to speak clearly into the microphones all day, so I guess we're ready for you to present your budget to us.
Okay. Well, I think we just have two categories here of our full-time salaries and wages, which would total, with the 4 employees that we have, it would total $194,260. And then we have our operating grant under other supplies, which is $24,500.
Any questions or comments from the council?
Okay, what was the total you said for wages, honey?
I have $194,260.
And that's probably without tax and benefits, I would imagine, do you think? Because we have like
No,
222,503.
that's pay. What's in that column
sorry.
is pay. We're showing 222,503.
503, right. That's what I just said.
Here you go, honey. That'll show you that's what we're looking at for them.
This is last year's.
So.
It's fine,
see the-
honey, it's fine.
You're fine. I brought last year's.
You're good, dear.
So, yeah, these.
Your number is 222,503.
Correct.
Correct.
And it's basically 10%. It's just a 10% increase, which is usually what's put into the budget, going into the budget process. And then the wage committee usually makes a recommendation to the council. So you're all good. Since you're new, we're just going to
Yeah.
help explain how it works.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have any other questions.
Any additional questions or comments? Any questions you have of the council?
I don't think so.
So how is your process working out there? Because you have almost a whole new crew, don't you?
Right, so, thanks to you folks that, yes, we have a whole new crew and we have a new shape to that office. And so it's working out the best we've ever had to take that time and rearrange it. As far as the overtime and everything else, it's been a big benefit. That fourth employee is hitting the field running, getting trained up, has been out with a lot of farmers this year to do ride-alongs and again, is ahead of schedule from what we thought going into it. So, we're actually really happy and, and in great shape. So thanks for that. And we're able to, take a grant that was out there and grab all that money for Kosciuszko County because of that employee. So it's already been a benefit, so.
So that grant, is that what you're talking about, that 31019?
It just goes straight to farmers, so it was a Clean
Oh,
Water
okay.
Indiana grant that goes directly to farmers, but with that assistance, that money was all able to come to our county because the other counties didn't have those boots on the ground to work with farmers and individuals.
Because
So-
didn't he worked with the farmers to get the grants, is what you're saying? Because
Yep.
I was going to say, I think that, I remember that from the last, like, soil and water conservation meeting that I was at, that I think you gave accolades to him.
That's right, yep. It's Tashina, Lar Manifold is that fourth employee that's attacking the ag landowners and farmers. And again, she was able to bring that money to our county that would have not been there or other counties would have stole, but it was able to come to our landowners rather than others because of her having boots on the ground.
And you guys do a really good job of presenting her when you guys have your meetings to the participants and the farmers and stuff like that. I give you kudos because, you're really pushing that for them to use that resource so they can get more money in our county.
And we've actually been a little slow with pushing her out there till we get her trained up. So it'll be even better than that as we get her trained.
Yeah,
and-
but
and
when
she's
she was
doing
at the
great.
mill, she did an excellent job. That
Yep.
was excellent.
This grant, though, that's listed on your budget, could you remind me, I'm sorry, I can't remember what that was.
That's money we just give them to operate.
Okay.
And then they have their own set of books. We don't keep their books.
Yes.
Okay.
They operate their own set of books.
Okay, thank you.
And the dinner that you had recently, the lady that presented the program,
Excellent.
I mean, that could have been the driest subject on earth, and she was really interesting to listen to, and non-farming person, I learned a lot from that, so I appreciate it.
Just like the water going through the bad soil, the water going through the good soil.
And
Like Sue says, the non-farming person, it makes you comprehend the realities.
Yeah, Jen Tank's been great to work with. We've been working with her for over 10 years, and she brings a lot of knowledge to the table. It's just, she's showing the proof, she's giving the proof.
Yeah.
She's quantifying what we're doing out there.
That program has been told around the world. It's hard to believe how much Kosciuszko County is in the spotlight for that project alone. The best thing is it's voluntary, not regulatory, and so it's great that, again, Gentank and the landowners here allowed that, because I was in Quebec, Canada to speak, and I heard about that, the watershed. So it is around the world, that work that's been done here, so.
That's great.
Well, welcome aboard, honey, and
Yes.
we'll look forward to seeing you at
That's
many
right.
years.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
I'm excited to be here.
Thank you, too.
We're
Thank you.
usually friendly.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank
afternoon.
you.
Thank you.
And we are up to,
So
Daryl, he's not here yet. We have Daryl yet. We have veterans.
He's moved to tomorrow.
Did we move veterans tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you discuss anything at all? Do you want me to make
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to leave it on this report.
are you done?
Thank you, David.
Why not?
We're just talking about the Reedy conversation yesterday. Do we want to move to adjourn and just, I mean, it's just, yeah, okay. I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in
Second.
favor, usual sign.
Okay.
So moved.
Recording stopped.